Train your mind before it's too late. The prison cell was 9 feet by 6 feet. He had measured it on the first day by walking heel to toe from the door to the wall and counting. 9 feet. He had measured the width by extending both arms. 6 feet. This was the entire territory of his physical world. 9 feet by 6 feet. A metal bed. A concrete floor. A single window too high to see through. The particular smell of a space that has housed human suffering for a very long time. He was going to be in this cell for an indeterminate period. The legal process that would eventually determine the length of his stay had not yet concluded. He was 41 years old. He had been a philosophy professor at a university that no longer wanted him, for reasons that were genuinely complex and that this particular story does not require unpacking. What the story requires is what happened inside that 9 by 6 space over the following 2 years. His name was Victor. He had taught philosophy. He had assigned texts about Epictetus and Marcus Aurelius and Seneca. He had led seminars on the Stoic conception of inner freedom. He had written papers about the relationship between circumstance and interior experience and had defended his positions in academic arguments with the specific detachment of someone who understood these ideas as intellectual objects rather than as living practices. Then his circumstances removed every external freedom he had ever taken for granted. And the philosophy he had taught was suddenly not an intellectual object. It was the only available resource. He discovered, in that cell, something that 2 decades of academic engagement with Stoic philosophy had not prepared him to discover. The difference between knowing the philosophy and having trained the mind in the philosophy. He knew it completely. Could recite it with precision. Could analyze it at any level of depth that was requested. But he had not trained himself in it. Had not built, through the daily disciplined practice that the Stoics themselves had always insisted was the point, the specific interior architecture that makes the philosophy not just known but genuinely operational. Not just understood but actually available in the moments when it is actually needed. He knew that the only genuine freedom was interior freedom. He had argued this position in print. He could not access it in practice. Because knowing and having are different in exactly the way that the Stoics always said they were different and that he had always agreed with them about and had never actually tested. The first 6 months in that cell were, by his own later account, the most psychologically difficult of his life. Not because the conditions were unbearable, they were genuinely difficult but not uniquely so. Because the conditions removed every external resource he had been unconsciously relying on to manage his interior life. The professional identity. The social recognition. The continuous busyness that had been preventing the interior from becoming fully visible. The specific stimulation and distraction and engagement with the external world that had been substituting for genuine interior development for 4 decades. All of it was gone. 9 by 6. The interior, unmediated by anything, fully present. And what he found in that unmediated interior was not what he had expected to find. Not the philosophical clarity that his academic engagement with these ideas had led him to believe he possessed. But the raw, largely untrained, fundamentally reactive interior of someone who had spent 40 years thinking about the practices of genuine interior development without actually engaging in them. He began to train. Not because he had a choice. Because the training was the only thing available that could make the remaining time genuinely livable rather than merely survived. 2 years later, when the legal process concluded and the cell door opened, the man who walked out was not the same person who had walked in. Not because the circumstances had improved, they were complicated in new ways that the previous circumstances had not anticipated. But because the interior that met those circumstances was genuinely, fundamentally different from the interior that had been carried into the cell. It had been trained. And the training, built under the most compressed and most demanding conditions available, had produced something that 40 years of knowing without training had not produced. A mind that was genuinely available as a resource rather than primarily as a source of difficulty. A mind that could meet what came with the specific interior tools that the Stoic philosophers had spent their entire philosophical tradition trying to make available to anyone willing to do the work. This is what we are exploring today. Completely. With the specific urgency that the story deserves. This is Stoic Ascension. Subscribe to this channel right now and turn on your notifications because every single video here is built for exactly this depth and exactly this urgency. The kind that the philosophy has always contained and that most people do not receive until the circumstances force the receiving. What comes after this builds directly on everything you are about to hear. Do not miss what is coming. Why knowing is not the same as having, the most important distinction in all of Stoic philosophy. The Stoic philosophical tradition makes a distinction that most modern self-help and personal development content consistently collapses. A distinction that is both intellectually obvious and practically revolutionary. That everyone who encounters it agrees with and that almost no one genuinely acts on. The distinction between knowing something and having trained yourself in it. Knowing is cognitive. It is the specific intellectual possession of understanding. The person who knows that the present moment is all they actually have, that their interior is the only domain of genuine freedom, that the quality of their experience is determined by the quality of their judgment rather than by the quality of their circumstances, this person possesses accurate and genuinely important information about the structure of human experience. But knowing does not change behavior. Knowing does not change the automatic responses of the nervous system when threat or loss or humiliation arrives. Knowing does not change the habitual patterns of thought that the mind has been running, largely without examination, for the entire preceding life. Knowing does not make the philosophy available in the specific moments when it is actually needed, the moments of acute stress, of genuine loss, of the specific emotional activation that bypasses the knowing and produces the same reactive, untrained response that would have occurred in its complete absence. Having trained yourself is different. It is the specific transformation of knowing into practice, into the specific behavioral and neurological patterns that the daily, consistent, genuinely engaged repetition of the practices produces. The practices are not separate from the philosophy. They are the philosophy in its genuinely operational form. The philosophy working rather than merely being known. Victor knew the philosophy with genuine academic precision and depth. He had never trained himself in it. And when the circumstances removed every external resource he had been unconsciously relying on, the gap between knowing and having revealed itself in the most complete and most uncomfortable way available. He could not access what he had not built. The knowing was there, genuinely, completely, with professional precision. But the architecture that the knowing describes, the specific interior structure of a trained mind that can meet difficulty with genuine equanimity, that can hold uncertainty without being destabilized by it, that can be fully present to what is actually happening rather than being consumed by what the untrained mind generates about it, this architecture was not there. Because it is not built through knowing. It is built through practice. Through the daily, consistent, patient, unglamorous repetition of the specific exercises that the Stoics developed for exactly this purpose. This distinction, between knowing and having, between the philosophy understood and the philosophy practiced, is the most important thing that this video is built around. And it is the most important thing that most people do not genuinely act on. Not because they do not agree with the distinction. They do. Not because they find the practices unimportant. They understand them to be essential. But because the comfort of the knowing produces a specific, genuine, completely deceptive feeling of having. A feeling that is indistinguishable from the real thing until the circumstances that test the real thing arrive and reveal its absence. Do not wait for those circumstances. Train now. While the training has time to build what it needs to build before the circumstances that require it arrive. Because they will arrive. For everyone. In some form. With some force. And the person who has trained will meet them with genuine interior resources. And the person who has only known will meet them with the gap between the knowing and the having. What the trained mind actually is, the precise Stoic understanding. The trained mind is not the mind that feels nothing. Not the mind that has achieved a kind of permanent philosophical serenity that genuine difficulty cannot penetrate. Not the mind that operates from a position of calm superiority to the ordinary turbulence of human experience. This is the caricature that makes the training seem both unappealing and unrealistic. And the caricature is wrong in both respects. The trained mind, in the genuine Stoic understanding, is the mind that has developed specific capacities that the untrained mind lacks. Not perfect capacities. Not invulnerable capacities. Genuinely developed ones that function better, more reliably, and more productively in the specific conditions that genuine human life delivers. The first specific capacity is the pause. The specific ability to create genuine space between the stimulus, the event, the provocation, the difficulty, the loss, and the response. Not a large space necessarily. Sometimes a breath is sufficient. But genuine space. The space in which the responding part of the mind, the part that chooses rather than the part that reacts, has time to engage before the response is expressed. The untrained mind has essentially no pause. The stimulus produces the reaction with the seamless automaticity of a reflex. Something difficult happens and the mind immediately generates the catastrophized interpretation, the defensive response, the rumination, the anxiety about implications, the specific emotional weather that the untrained processing of difficulty reliably produces. Without choice. Without examination. Without the specific engagement of the choosing part of the mind that genuine training makes available. The trained mind has built the pause through the specific practice of creating it, repeatedly, in circumstances of increasing difficulty, until the creation of it becomes less effortful and more natural. Until it begins to appear spontaneously in situations where the untrained mind would have produced an immediate reaction. Until the space between stimulus and response is genuinely available rather than theoretically present but practically inaccessible. Victor built this pause in the cell. Not immediately. Over months of deliberate, daily practice. By returning, again and again, in the specific circumstances that the cell provided, to the specific exercise of noticing the stimulus before reacting to it. Of naming the interpretive process that was converting external events into interior experience. Of creating, in the naming and the noticing, the space in which a different response became possible. The second specific capacity is the honest examination of interpretation. The trained mind can see, in real time, the difference between what is actually happening and what the mind is making of what is happening. Between the event and the story about the event. Between the fact and the judgment about the fact. This seeing, this specific, real-time awareness of the interpretive process that the mind is continuously performing, is not natural. It is built. Through the practice of honest self-examination, through the daily review of the mind's outputs against the standard of accurate rather than automatic, through the specific exercises that the Stoics develop for exactly the purpose of making the interpretive process visible rather than invisible. When the interpretive process is visible, it becomes available for examination. And examination changes it. The catastrophized interpretation, seen clearly as a catastrophized interpretation rather than as an accurate assessment of reality, loses much of its power to determine the subsequent experience. Not because the examination eliminates the difficulty, but because the examination introduces the accuracy that the automatic catastrophizing had been replacing. The third specific capacity is the deliberate direction of attention. The trained mind can direct its attention with genuine intention rather than having its attention captured by whatever is most emotionally salient or most immediately stimulating. It can choose what to engage with and for how long. It can redirect from the ruminated past and the anticipated future to the actual present with genuine effectiveness rather than with the frustrating, ephemeral redirection of the untrained mind that returns immediately to the rumination or the anticipation it was attempting to leave. This capacity is built through the practice of deliberate attention direction, through the specific daily exercises of redirecting attention from the automatic to the chosen, repeatedly, until the redirection becomes more effective and the automatic capture becomes less complete. Until the mind that was previously governed entirely by what demanded its attention begins to be governed at least partially by the genuine intentions of the person directing it. The fourth specific capacity is the genuine release of what cannot be controlled. Not the performance of acceptance, the external behavioral compliance with what is unavoidable while maintaining the internal resistance and resentment that genuine acceptance would dissolve. but genuine release. The specific interior movement from resistance to acceptance that changes the experience of the unavoidable in the most fundamental way available. Victor built this capacity in the 9x6 space. Because the 9x6 space provided, with unusual completeness, the specific conditions that the practice of genuine release requires. The unavoidable was genuinely unavoidable. There was no possibility of managing the circumstances into something more acceptable. The circumstances were what they were. The only available variable was the interior relationship with them. And through the specific, daily, repeatedly practiced interior exercise of releasing what was genuinely not his to control, the duration of the incarceration, the opinions of the people outside, the circumstances he would encounter when the door eventually opened, he built something that the exterior freedom he had previously taken for granted had never required him to build. The genuine interior freedom of the person who has learned to hold their circumstances without being held by them. Why training must happen before it is needed, the specific urgency. There is a specific and important reason that the title of today's exploration contains the urgency it contains. Before it is too late. Not as dramatic flair. As the accurate description of the relationship between when the training is built and when it is needed. The training does not work when it is first attempted. This is among the most important things to understand about the Stoic practices and about any genuine interior development. The first time you practice the pause in a genuine moment of difficulty, it is not reliably available. The first time you attempt the honest examination of interpretation when the interpretation is carrying significant emotional charge, the examination is partial and the emotional charge is still largely governing. The first time you attempt the genuine release of what you cannot control when what you cannot control is something you genuinely care about, the release is incomplete and the resistance is still substantially present. The practices work, genuinely, reliably, with the force that the genuine moments of need require, after they have been practiced long enough and consistently enough that the specific neurological patterns they build have achieved sufficient density to actually function under the pressure of real difficulty. This takes time. Not indefinite time. But genuine time. Months of consistent practice begin to produce genuine change in the specific capacities. Years of consistent practice produce the specific quality of trained mind that the most genuinely difficult circumstances can test and find genuinely functional. The urgency is this: the genuinely difficult circumstances do not announce themselves in advance. They do not provide a period of preparation between the announcement of their arrival and the actual moment of need. They arrive. And the person who encounters them either has the training or they do not. There is no middle option of beginning the training in the moment the training is needed, because the moment the training is needed is the moment least suitable for beginning it. Victor knew the philosophy when he entered the cell. He had to begin the training from inside the circumstances that required it fully operational. It was the most difficult possible starting point. Not impossible, he built genuine capacity even under those conditions. But considerably more difficult and considerably slower than it would have been had the training preceded the circumstances. You have the advantage of time. Of training in the relatively comfortable conditions of the present before the genuinely difficult conditions of the future arrive to require what the training provides. This advantage is genuinely significant. It means the training has time to produce the genuine neurological patterns, the pause, the examination, the attention direction, the genuine release, before those patterns are needed under the pressure that makes genuine building much harder. Use the advantage. Not eventually. Now. Because the circumstances are coming. Not as pessimism. As the accurate recognition of what a human life contains and what the training is designed to enable the meeting of. The training before the need is the only training that is fully available in the moment of need. The specific training practices, what they are and how they build the mind that the difficult moments require. The Stoic tradition is not short on guidance about the specific practices that constitute genuine mind training. These are not vague recommendations for better thinking. They are specific, daily, practically applicable exercises that the Stoics themselves used and that the research on effective mental training consistently confirms as genuinely productive. The morning philosophical orientation, the practice that governs everything. The single most important practice in the entire Stoic training system is the morning orientation. Not because mornings are philosophically special. Because the quality of the interior with which a day is met determines, more than any other single factor, the quality of the interior's engagement with everything the day provides. The untrained mind wakes and immediately begins processing the external world. The phone. The news. The messages. The list of what needs to be done and the specific anxiety about whether the capacity to do it is sufficient. The day begins on external terms. The interior is immediately occupied by external demands. And the specific philosophical orientation, the reminder of what is genuinely within control and what is not, the reminder of what matters and what does not, the reminder of who you are working toward being and what the day is likely to require from that person, this orientation never occurs. The trained mind wakes and before the external demands arrive, creates a specific space for the interior to be deliberately oriented. Not long. Not elaborate. The specific, brief, genuinely engaged practice of returning the mind to its philosophical foundation before the day begins pulling it toward its various urgencies. Marcus Aurelius did this. His journals are full of the morning practice, the specific philosophical reminders, the deliberate orientation toward the day's likely demands, the patient return to the understanding that grounds everything else. Not as inspiration. As training. As the specific exercise of returning the mind to its genuine foundation before the day begins its continuous attempt to pull it away from that foundation. The practice involves the specific, honest anticipation of the day's likely difficulties. What is genuinely likely to arrive that will test the specific capacities the training is building? Where will the pause be most needed and most challenged? Where will the temptation to react rather than choose be most powerful? Where will the catastrophizing be most tempting? Where will the release of what cannot be controlled be most genuinely difficult? This anticipation is not anxiety generation. It is the specific preparation of the mind for the exercise it is about to be given. The athlete who knows what the training session will demand is better prepared for the session than the athlete who encounters the demands unprepared. The mind that has specifically anticipated the day's training opportunities is better prepared to use them productively than the mind that encounters them as surprises. This practice, maintained consistently across months and years, builds the specific orientation capacity that the trained mind possesses. The ability to return to the philosophical foundation quickly, reliably, even under the pressure of genuine difficulty, because the return has been practiced thousands of times in the conditions that the morning practice provides. The interpretive audit, seeing what the mind is making of what happens. Throughout the day, the trained mind engages in what might be called the interpretive audit. The ongoing, practiced awareness of the specific stories the mind is constructing about the events it is encountering. The continuous, gentle examination of the gap between what is actually happening and what the mind is making of what is happening. This practice is built through the specific daily exercise of catching the interpretation in progress. Of noticing, in the moment of its generation, the specific story the mind is telling about the specific event. And then asking the question that genuine examination requires, is this story accurate? Is this interpretation the most accurate available account of what is actually happening? Or is it the most emotionally charged, the most catastrophized, the most self-referential account, the one that the automatic mind generates by default rather than the one that genuine examination would produce? The practice begins with the less charged events. The mild frustration. The small disappointment. The minor social friction. Because the interpretation of minor events is more accessible to examination than the interpretation of major ones. The examination can occur with more clarity and less distortion. The gap between the automatic story and the accurate one is more visible. And the practice of seeing this gap in minor events builds the capacity to see it in major ones. Victor practiced this in the cell by applying the examination to the specific interpretations his mind was generating about the circumstances of his imprisonment. The story that his life was ruined. The story that the people he had known had abandoned him. The story that the future was closed. The story that the suffering he was experiencing was permanent rather than specific and temporary. Each of these stories was the automatic mind's contribution to the experience of the circumstances. None of them was the accurate account. The life was altered, not ruined. Some people had distanced themselves, but others had maintained contact with specific care. The future was genuinely uncertain, not closed. The suffering was real and significant but specifically located in time rather than permanent. The examination, the practiced, daily, patient examination of the stories against the standard of accuracy, changed the experience of the circumstances in ways that the circumstances themselves had not changed. Because the experience was generated by the stories at least as much as by the circumstances. And the stories, examined honestly, could be revised toward accuracy. And accuracy, in these conditions, produced a genuinely different experience than the catastrophized automatic version had been producing. The deliberate attention practice, training the mind's capacity to choose what it engages with. The Stoics understood attention as the most fundamental resource of the interior life. Not time. Not energy in the physical sense. Attention, the specific engagement of the conscious mind with what it is directed at, determines the quality of experience more directly and more completely than any other single factor. And the untrained mind's attention is almost entirely at the mercy of what demands it. It goes where the strongest pull directs it. To the most emotionally salient content. To the most immediately threatening or most urgently stimulating experience available. To the ruminated past and the anticipated future rather than the actual present. The practice of training the attention is the practice of deliberately directing it. Of regularly, specifically, intentionally choosing what the mind engages with and practicing the maintenance of that chosen engagement against the pull of the automatic redirection. The simplest and most immediately available form of this practice is the practice of single-task genuine presence. The deliberate, specific, maintained engagement with what is actually happening in the actual moment, this conversation, this meal, this walk, this work, without the simultaneous management of what is not happening in the actual moment. This practice sounds simple. It is genuinely demanding. Because the untrained mind is accustomed to the simultaneous management of multiple streams of experience. Of doing this while reviewing that and planning for the other. Of being physically present somewhere while mentally inhabiting the past conversation or the anticipated challenge. The practice of genuinely single-task presence, of being actually here rather than partially here, is the specific training exercise that builds the attention's capacity for genuine direction. Victor practiced this in the cell by engaging completely with what was actually available in the 9x6 space. The texture of the concrete floor. The quality of the light from the high window at different times of day. The specific contents of the books he was given access to. The genuine engagement with the actual writing he began to do. Not because these things were fascinating in themselves. Because the practice of genuinely engaging with them, of actually being present to what was actually available, was building the specific attention capacity that the circumstances outside the cell would eventually require. The voluntary discomfort practice, building the tolerance that genuine difficulty requires. Seneca was explicit about this practice. The deliberate, regular practice of voluntary difficulty, of choosing, in the relatively comfortable conditions of ordinary life, to experience the specific discomforts that the ordinary management of comfort works to prevent. Not for its own sake. For the specific capacity it builds. The practiced knowledge, derived from direct experience rather than from theory, that discomfort can be met and survived without the catastrophizing and the desperate management that the untrained mind applies to it. This knowledge is genuinely transformative in the moments when difficulty is not voluntary. Because the person who has never practiced discomfort encounters it with the full force of its novelty and its apparent threat. The person who has regularly practiced it encounters it as familiar territory. Territory that has been visited enough times to know that it does not actually contain what the untrained mind's panic suggests it contains. The specific practices are available at every level of commitment. The cold shower that is chosen rather than endured. The difficult conversation that is initiated rather than deferred. The meal skipped to practice the specific capacity for appetite without immediate satisfaction. The comfortable routine disrupted to practice the equanimity that disruption requires. Each of these small, voluntary, regularly practiced discomforts adds to the specific interior evidence that the trained mind accumulates, the evidence that difficulty is workable. That the feared condition, when actually encountered, is considerably more manageable than the fear of it suggested. That the capacity for genuine equanimity in difficulty is not a distant ideal but an actual, directly experienceable state that the practice makes progressively more accessible. The evening examination, the honest accounting that makes the training cumulative. Everything the day produced, all of the training opportunities, all of the moments where the practices were employed or were not employed, all of the specific circumstances where the mind met the day with trained capacity or fell back into untrained reactivity, all of this requires honest examination before the day is released into the past. Not punishment. Audit. The specific, patient, fair assessment of where the training is producing genuine change and where it is still primarily theoretical. Where the pause was available and used. Where the examination of interpretation changed the experience and where the automatic story governed unchecked. Where the attention was genuinely directed and where it was captured by whatever demanded it. Where the voluntary practice was engaged and where the comfort was preferred. This examination does several things that make the training cumulative rather than merely repeated. It converts specific days' experience into specific information about where the training needs more deliberate attention. The specific circumstances where the pause was most difficult to create, examined honestly, tell you where tomorrow's practice most needs to be concentrated. The specific stories where the catastrophizing was most resistant to examination tell you where the interpretive audit practice needs to go deeper. This information, gathered honestly and used deliberately, makes each day's practice more targeted and therefore more productive than the day that preceded it. It also produces the honest acknowledgement of genuine progress that genuine training requires. Because the training does not feel like progress on a daily basis. The neurological changes it is building are gradual and not directly visible in single-day increments. The honest examination that compares today's practice to last month's practice, to 6 months ago's practice, to the person who began the training before any of it had been built, this comparison is what makes the progress visible. And visible progress is what sustains the practice through the periods where it feels like nothing is changing. And it completes the day. Genuinely. With the honest accounting that makes the release of the day into the past a genuine release rather than a carrying forward of unfinished interior business into the night. The philosophical study practice, keeping the training intellectually grounded. The Stoics were insistent that genuine mind training required ongoing intellectual engagement with the philosophical ideas that the practices are built from. Not because knowing is the same as having, we have established that it is not. But because knowing provides the understanding that orients the practice. That explains why the practices produce what they produce. That reconnects the daily exercises to the deeper understanding from which their meaning derives. Victor read in the cell. Voraciously and specifically. Not for entertainment. For the direct instruction that the texts contain. For the specific philosophical understanding that the practices are built from. For the renewed orientation toward the ideas that the daily practice was embodying. Marcus Aurelius wrote in his journals as a form of philosophical study, not the record of events or achievements but the ongoing engagement with the ideas that were informing and orienting the practice of his life. The specific thinking through of the philosophical understanding as applied to the specific circumstances of the specific day. The patient renewal of the intellectual orientation that the practical demands of the day were continuously attempting to erode. The practice of regular philosophical study, of ongoing, genuine engagement with the Stoic texts and the ideas they contain, is itself a training practice. It builds the specific cognitive familiarity with the philosophical framework that makes the framework available in the moment it is needed. That makes the question "Am I on the right side of the line?" a natural first question in moments of difficulty rather than a remembered philosophical position that has to be consciously retrieved. What the trained mind produces, the compounding transformation across a life. The person who trains the mind consistently, who maintains the morning orientation, the interpretive audit, the deliberate attention practice, the voluntary discomfort, the evening examination, and the ongoing philosophical study across months and years of genuine practice, becomes, gradually and genuinely, a different kind of person from the one they were at the beginning of the training. Not dramatically different in any single way. Significantly different in the aggregate of 1,000 specific capacities that the training has built. They are more genuinely present to the actual moments of their actual life. Because the attention that the untrained mind scattered across the past and future and the multiple simultaneous streams of experience has been partially consolidated, through practice, into the genuine presence to what is actually happening. The meals that are actually tasted. The conversations that are actually heard. The people who are actually seen rather than processed. The specific texture of the specific day that is actually inhabited rather than moved through in the distracted management of everything that is not actually here. They are more reliably equanimous in the face of genuine difficulty. Not invulnerable. Not without genuine feeling when genuine difficulty arrives. But the space between the difficulty and the destabilization is genuinely larger. The return to the philosophical foundation genuinely faster. The specific processing of difficulty genuinely more effective and genuinely less expensive in the interior resources that the processing consumes. They are more genuinely free from the chronic suffering that the untrained mind generates from neutral and difficult circumstances alike. Not from all suffering. The genuine suffering of genuine loss remains. The genuine pain of genuine difficulty remains. But the specific additional, self-generated suffering that the untrained mind adds to every challenging experience, the catastrophizing, the personalizing, the ruminating, the anticipating, this diminishes. Gradually. Not completely. But significantly. In ways that change the daily experience of being alive in measurable and meaningful ways. Victor walked out of the cell 2 years after walking into it. And the years after the cell, years that contained their own genuine difficulty, their own genuine complexity, their own genuine demands on the capacity he had built, were genuinely different from the years before it. Not easier. Not protected from what genuine living delivers. But met by a genuinely different person. By someone who had built, in the most demanding available conditions, the specific interior architecture that the Stoics had always been pointing toward. He told the story later. In a book. With the specific honesty of someone who had learned the hard way what knowing and training are different things and what the difference costs when the circumstances require the training that the knowing cannot substitute for. He wrote, "I was a philosopher who had never done philosophy. I was a teacher of the practices who had never practiced. And when the circumstances arrived that required the practices to be genuinely available, I discovered what I should have discovered while there was still time to build them in comfort rather than in crisis. That the training is the philosophy. That knowing it is the preparation for doing it. That doing it, daily, consistently, unglamorously, in the specific circumstances of the specific life you are actually living, is the only way the philosophy becomes what it was always designed to be. Genuinely operational. Actually available. A real resource in the moments of real need rather than an intellectual possession that the moments of real need reveal to be useless without the practice that knowledge alone cannot substitute for. Do not learn this the way Victor learned it. Do not wait for the 9x6 space to make the training necessary in a form that makes it considerably harder. Train now. In the space you currently occupy. In the relatively comfortable conditions of the life you currently have. Before the circumstances arrive that will reveal, with the specific completeness that genuine difficulty provides, whether the training you have done is sufficient for the moments the training was built to meet. The beginning of the training, what tomorrow morning actually requires. Tomorrow morning, the training begins. Not with the elaborate program. Not with the comprehensive overhaul. With the single, specific, immediately actionable practice that the morning provides. Before the phone. Before the news. Before the day's external demands begin their reliable capture of the interior's available attention. Create the space. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. The time that the practice requires rather than the time that is left over after everything else has claimed its portion. In that space, do the morning orientation. The specific, honest, brief engagement with the philosophical foundation. What is actually within your control today and what is not? What genuine difficulty is the day likely to provide and what will meeting it with genuine training look like? What specific practice, the pause, the interpretive audit, the attention direction, needs the most deliberate concentration today based on where yesterday's examination revealed the training to be least developed? These questions, engaged with genuinely for a few minutes before the day begins, constitute the morning orientation practice. They are not elaborate. They are genuine. And the genuine engagement with them, maintained consistently across days and weeks and months, builds the specific philosophical orientation capacity that the trained mind possesses. Then move through the day with the specific intention of a person who is in training. Who understands that the day's events, including and especially its difficulties, are the training material. Who brings to each specific moment the specific practice that the moment provides the opportunity to exercise. And in the evening, the honest examination. The fair, patient, specific review of where the training was genuinely engaged and where it was not. The extraction of the specific information that tomorrow's practice can be built from. And the complete release of the day into the past. This is the practice. Not the once-a-week practice. The daily practice. The practice that the Stoics themselves maintained because they understood that the mind that is not being consistently trained is being consistently untrained by the enormous and continuous pressure of the untrained world that surrounds it. Victor trained in a 9x6 space because that was the only space he had. You have more. Use it. Not eventually. Now. Tomorrow morning. Before the circumstances arrive that require what only the training can build. Subscribe to Stoic Ascension right now. Turn on your notifications. Every single video on this channel is built for exactly this depth and exactly this urgency. The philosophy that is not just worth knowing but genuinely worth practicing. The training that is not just interesting to consider but genuinely necessary to build. Before the circumstances arrive that will reveal, with complete honesty, whether you have built it. What comes after this builds directly on everything you just heard. Every video goes deeper into the practice of a mind that is genuinely trained rather than merely informed. Victor knew the philosophy for 20 years before he trained in it. He needed 2 years in a 9x6 cell to discover the difference. You have the advantage of knowing the difference now. While there is still time to build it in comfort rather than in crisis. The training is available. The time is now. Before it is too late. Begin. Stop being too reachable. She turned off her phone for the first time in 11 years on a Wednesday afternoon in March. Not because it was dead. Not because she was going into a meeting or boarding a flight or entering a situation where the turning off was required by external circumstance. She turned it off deliberately, intentionally, with the specific full awareness of what she was doing and what it would mean and what would happen in the absence of its presence. She placed it face down on the kitchen table. She watched the screen go dark. She sat with the specific quality of silence that followed. Her name was Diana. She was 38 years old. She had been, by her own later description, one of the most available people she knew. Available in the morning before the workday began. Available in the evening after it ended. Available on weekends, on holidays, during meals, during what were technically vacations but were actually the same workday conducted from more pleasant geographical locations. Available to messages and emails and requests and questions and the specific continuous demand of a world that had discovered, through the specific historical accident of the smartphone's invention, that the people in it could now be reached at any moment without the previous requirement of a telephone call that the recipient could choose to answer or not. She had not chosen. She had simply always answered. Not from obligation in any explicit sense. No one had required it. No policy had demanded it. No specific person had insisted. She had simply absorbed, gradually and completely and without ever making a conscious decision about it, the ambient cultural norm that had emerged in the decades since everyone became constantly reachable, the norm that being available was being responsible, that responding quickly was being professional, that the person who answered promptly was the person who took things seriously, and that the space between a message's arrival and its response should be as small as possible and preferably immediate. She had internalized this norm so completely that the 11 years of its maintenance had produced something she could not have anticipated when the first smartphone appeared in her hand. Something she had not been able to see clearly while she was inside it. The complete colonization of her interior life by the exterior world's continuous demand for her attention. Not because the demands were unreasonable. Individually, each of them was reasonable. Each message was from a real person with a real question or a real need or a real thought that genuinely warranted some form of response. Each interruption was connected to something that genuinely mattered to someone. But the aggregate, the specific, continuous, never quiet aggregate of being always reachable to everyone who knew how to reach you, had produced something that she had only begun to understand in the weeks before the Wednesday afternoon when she turned the phone off. The complete absence of a genuinely private interior. Not privacy in the sense of secrets. She had no particular secrets. In the sense of genuinely uncontested interior space. Of hours and sometimes days that belonged entirely to the direction of her own attention, the development of her own thoughts, the navigation of her own genuine concerns and her own genuine development without the continuous interruption of other people's claims on where her attention should be. She had been reading the Stoics. Seneca specifically, who had written with a directness about the relationship between genuine interior development and the management of external access that felt, across 2,000 years, like someone who had watched the specific pattern she was living and had understood exactly what it cost. Seneca had written about the person who is present everywhere and therefore present nowhere. About the mind that is continuously scattered across other people's demands and that therefore cannot gather itself into the sustained, deep, genuinely productive engagement with its own development that genuine wisdom requires. About the specific, daily, ongoing cost of being available to everyone at the expense of being available to yourself. She had read this 3 weeks before the Wednesday. She had thought about it for 3 weeks. She had continued answering every message immediately for 3 weeks while thinking about it. And then, on a Wednesday afternoon in March, she placed the phone face down on the kitchen table and watched the screen go dark. She sat in the silence for a long time. Not a comfortable silence. The specific, slightly alarming silence of a person who has removed something that had been functioning as a constant low-grade noise and who is now experiencing the specific quality of what the noise had been covering. Herself. Her actual, unmediated, genuinely present self. With her actual thoughts and her actual concerns and her actual relationship with the time she was inhabiting. Without the continuous management of other people's access to that time. She sat with it for 3 hours. When she turned the phone back on, 47 messages had arrived in her absence. None of them were emergencies. 2 were from people who had sent follow-up messages inquiring about why she had not responded to the first ones within the usual window. She read through them without responding to any of them. She made tea. She sat at the kitchen table for another 30 minutes with her thoughts. Then she began responding. Not immediately. From a considered position. From the genuine assessment of which ones deserved her genuine attention and which ones had been demanding attention that they had not genuinely deserved. This was different. In a way she could feel in her body. In the specific way that doing something from genuine choice rather than from the automatic accommodation of an ambient norm feels different from the inside. She had not solved anything permanent. The phone was back on. The messages would continue. The world's continuous demand for access had not been interrupted by 3 hours of self-imposed darkness. But something had changed that the 3 hours had made possible. She had had 3 hours of genuine uncontested interior space. And in those 3 hours, in the specific quality of what the silence had made available, she had understood something that 11 years of constant reachability had been preventing her from understanding. She had forgotten how to be with herself. Not in the dramatic, psychological sense of having lost touch with who she was. She knew who she was. She had opinions and values and a genuine interior life that was genuinely hers. but the capacity to be with that interior life, to inhabit it without the continuous mediation of external demand, to think her own thoughts to their genuine conclusions without interruption, to sit with her own genuine concerns with the specific quality of sustained attention that genuine self-development requires, this capacity had atrophied. Had been gradually, systematically, completely replaced by the continuous accommodation of the world's access. She had become too reachable. And the cost was not primarily to her productivity or her schedule or her professional performance. The cost was to herself. To the specific quality of the person she was capable of being when the interior had the uncontested space to develop that genuine development requires. This is what we are exploring today. Completely. With the philosophical depth, the practical honesty, and the full engagement with what being too reachable actually costs and what the alternative actually looks like and what the specific practices of reclaiming genuine interior space actually require. This is Stoic Ascension. Subscribe to this channel right now and turn on your notifications because every single video here is built for exactly this level of genuine philosophical depth and exactly this quality of practical engagement. The kind that names what most people are experiencing without knowing what to name it. What comes after this builds directly on everything you are about to hear. Do not miss what is coming. What being too reachable actually means, the philosophical precision that changes everything. Being too reachable is not primarily a scheduling problem. It is not primarily a time management issue or a productivity concern or the specific professional challenge of managing competing demands on your attention. It is a philosophical problem. A specific, consequential, philosophically precise problem about the location of the governance of your interior life and the degree to which that governance belongs to you versus to the external world's continuous demand for your attention. The person who is too reachable has, through the gradual, unexamined accommodation of ambient cultural norms about availability, allowed the external world to become the primary director of where their attention goes. Has ceded the most fundamental and most consequential resource they possess, the specific, finite, genuinely irreplaceable resource of their own attention, to whoever knows how to produce a notification on the device in their pocket. This session is not dramatic. It did not happen in a single moment of decision. It happened through the specific, gradual, completely unremarkable accumulation of small accommodations. The first time you checked your messages before getting out of bed. The first time you responded to a work message on a Sunday afternoon. The first time you interrupted a genuinely important conversation to respond to a notification that was not genuinely important. The first time you chose the immediate response over the sustained engagement with your own genuine thinking because the immediate response was what the ambient norm expected and the sustained engagement required the kind of uninterrupted space that the ambient norm had been systematically eliminating. Each of these small accommodations was individually trivial. Collectively, they produced the specific condition of permanent external governance of your interior attention. The Stoics identified this condition, not in the specific language of smartphones, obviously, but in the precise philosophical language of the mind that has surrendered its own direction, as among the most serious available threats to genuine human flourishing. Seneca wrote about it with the urgency of someone who understood that the interior life is the only genuine location of everything worth building. He described the person who is accessible to all visitors and who therefore belongs to no one, not even to themselves, as a specific philosophical failure. Not a failure of productivity. A failure of the most fundamental human responsibility, the responsibility to be the primary director of your own attention and the primary author of your own interior development. Epictetus located this responsibility in the doctrine of the dichotomy of control. What is yours? Your judgment, your intention, your attention, your chosen response. What is not yours? Everything external, including the demands that the external world makes on your attention and the frequency with which it makes them. The too reachable person has reversed this assignment. Has treated what is genuinely theirs, their attention, as a resource that belongs to anyone who knows how to request it. And has treated the external world's demand for that attention as if it were a genuine obligation rather than a request to which genuine choice can be applied. This reversal is the philosophical problem. And naming it precisely is the beginning of genuinely addressing it. What the Stoics understood about solitude, silence, and the interior life. The Stoic philosophical tradition was built around a specific understanding of the relationship between the quality of the interior life and the quality of everything else that a human being produces, contributes, and experiences. The interior life, the specific quality of the thinking, the judgment, the wisdom, the genuine insight that a person is capable of generating, is not a fixed resource that is simply present in the person and that can be expressed whenever expression is called for. It is a developing resource. A resource that develops through the specific conditions that genuine development requires. And the most fundamental of those conditions is the condition of genuine uncontested interior space. Of solitude. Of the specific quality of silence, not the absence of external noise necessarily, but the absence of the external world's continuous demand for direction of your attention, that genuine interior development requires. Seneca wrote about this with a directness that cuts through 2,000 years of historical distance with complete contemporary relevance. He wrote, "Retire into yourself as much as possible with those who will make you better. Receive those who can make you better. Admit those whom you can make better. And this process should be mutual, for men learn while they teach." The specific word is retire. Not escape. Not hide. The deliberate, chosen, regularly practiced withdrawal into the interior that genuine self-development requires. The specific choice to make the interior unavailable to the exterior's continuous demand for some portion of every day. He also wrote, "Associate with those who will make you a better person. Welcome those who you can make better. And do this by going back and forth. By turns you will teach and be taught. But in between, retire to yourself." In between. The specific, deliberate, regularly maintained spaces between the genuine engagement with others that constitute genuine social and professional life, the spaces that the too reachable person has systematically eliminated by making the continuous availability that eliminates these spaces the ambient default. Marcus Aurelius practiced this retirement into the interior with a deliberateness that his journals reveal as practically and philosophically foundational to everything else he was doing. He writes about it as a genuine practice, not an ideal he aspired to but a discipline he maintained. The mornings that belonged to the interior before the empire made its demands. The evenings that returned to the interior before the sleep that the interior preparation had enabled. The specific, regularly maintained spaces in the enormous pressure of governing the Roman Empire during a period of war and plague and political complexity, spaces that he created not because the empire's demands ever reached a point of genuine sufficiency that naturally produced them, but because he understood that the alternative was the gradual degradation of the interior resource that the empire's governance most fundamentally required. The interior. The quality of judgment. The depth of wisdom. The genuine insight that the pressure of continuous external demand, unrelieved by the genuine retirement into the interior, would have gradually and systematically depleted. He wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this and you will find strength." But this power, this specific, philosophically fundamental power of the interior over the exterior, is not simply given. It is not automatically present in anyone who knows that it is theoretically available. It is developed through the specific, daily, deliberately maintained practice of actually inhabiting the interior. Of actually directing the attention inward rather than perpetually outward. Of actually giving the interior the specific, uncontested, genuinely present engagement with itself that genuine interior development requires. The too reachable person knows, intellectually, that the interior matters. They would agree, in any conversation about the topic, that genuine interior development is important. They would nod at the Stoic wisdom about the primacy of the interior. And then they would check their messages. Not because they are hypocrites. Because the structural conditions of their lives, the constant reachability, the perpetual availability, the ambient norm that immediate response is responsible response, have made the genuine retirement into the interior practically unavailable without the specific, deliberate, regularly maintained choice to make it available. That choice is what this exploration is about. And why it matters. The specific costs of too much reachability, the complete accounting. The costs of being too reachable are specific, real, and consequential in ways that most people who are paying them have not yet fully seen because the gradual nature of the accumulation prevents the clear view that the complete accounting produces. The cost to the quality of thinking. Genuine thinking, not the processing of incoming information, not the responding to other people's questions, not the managing of the continuous stream of communication that the too reachable person is managing. Genuine thinking requires specific conditions that continuous reachability systematically prevents. It requires sustained attention. The specific, uninterrupted engagement with a question or a problem or a genuine inquiry over a period long enough for the thinking to develop past the surface level that immediate response and continuous interruption consistently maintain it at. Research on the cognitive cost of interruption is unambiguous and sobering. The average person who is interrupted requires approximately 23 minutes to return to the depth of engagement they had achieved before the interruption. Not 23 minutes of recovery time separate from the working time. 23 minutes of the working time itself, consumed in the return to the depth that was present before the interruption occurred. The person who is responding to messages every few minutes is not thinking at the depth they are capable of thinking at. Is not doing the sustained, genuinely productive, genuinely creative work that their intelligence and their experience are actually capable of producing. They are doing the shallow, interrupted, perpetually recovering work of someone whose attention is being continuously redirected before it can reach the depth at which the most genuinely valuable thinking occurs. This is not a small cost. Over the span of a career, over the span of a life, the cumulative difference between the thinking produced in conditions of genuine sustained attention and the thinking produced in conditions of continuous interruption and continuous reachability is the difference between the person who produced something genuinely significant and the person who managed a continuous stream of adequate responses. Diana understood this after the 3 hours of turned-off phone. The specific quality of thinking that had occurred in those 3 hours was different from the quality of thinking that the preceding 11 years of constant reachability had produced. Not because she was smarter. Because the thinking had been allowed to go to a depth that the continuous availability had been consistently preventing. The cost to genuine relationships. This cost is perhaps the most immediately painful when it becomes fully visible. Because the continuous reachability that damages genuine relationships presents itself as the opposite, as the responsiveness and the availability and the demonstrated care for the people in your life that the immediate response represents. But genuine relationship, the specific, deep, mutually enriching quality of connection that constitutes genuine intimacy, is not built through immediate responses to messages. It is built through genuine presence. Through the specific quality of actually being here with the person in front of you. Of directing the full weight of your genuine attention toward them without the continuous competition of the device in your pocket or on the table between you. The person who is too reachable is, paradoxically, not fully reachable to the specific person who is actually present. Their attention is perpetually divided between the person in front of them and the continuous stream of people and demands that the device represents. They are half present to everything and fully present to nothing. And the people in their lives feel this. Not always consciously. In the specific way that genuine presence feels different from divided presence even when the divided presence is accompanied by apparently attentive behavior. In the way that being with someone who is actually here feels different from being with someone who is elsewhere even when their body is in the room. The relationships that are most important, the ones with the people who matter most, the ones where genuine depth and genuine intimacy are genuinely possible, require the specific, protected, uncontested presence that the too reachable person has systematically made unavailable. This is a genuine cost. To the quality of the relationships. To the depth of the intimacy. To the specific experience, available to both people in a genuinely present relationship, of actually being known by someone who is actually here. The cost to genuine creativity. Every genuinely creative person who has examined their own creative process has described some version of the same structural requirement for their best work. The need for extended, uninterrupted, genuinely private engagement with the creative process. The specific quality of the creative work that only occurs when the creator has had sufficient time in the genuinely solitary engagement with the work to reach the depth where the genuinely original and genuinely valuable creative insights live. The true reachable creative person is not producing their best work. Cannot produce it. The conditions for it have been systematically eliminated by the structure of continuous availability that makes the extended, uninterrupted, genuinely private engagement with the creative process unavailable as a regular feature of the creative life. They are producing the work that is possible in the shallow, interrupted, perpetually redirected conditions of the true reachable life. Which is often good work, competent, informed, professionally adequate work. But it is not the work they are actually capable of. Not the work that would be produced in the conditions their best creative engagement actually requires. The painter who is interrupted every 15 minutes. The writer whose sustained narrative engagement is broken every few minutes by the notification that arrives and is answered and restores the expectation of immediate response that the next notification will exploit. The thinker whose genuinely original insight is perpetually deferred because the depth of thinking required to reach it is perpetually interrupted before it can be reached. These people are paying a creative cost that they can feel, in the specific, chronic sense of knowing that the work is not what they know it could be, but that they cannot always name clearly enough to address. The address is the management of access. The deliberate, regularly maintained, philosophically grounded choice to make the sustained creative engagement with the work unavailable to interruption during the specific periods that the sustained creative engagement requires. The cost to genuine wisdom. This is the deepest and least visible cost available in the accounting of too much reachability. And it is the cost that the Stoic philosophical tradition most specifically and most urgently identified. Wisdom, genuine wisdom, the specific quality of understanding that goes beyond knowledge and information and competent professional functioning to the depth of genuine insight about what matters and how to live and who to be and what the specific quality of a genuinely good life actually requires, is not produced through the processing of other people's questions and other people's needs and other people's demands on your attention. It is produced through the sustained, patient, regularly maintained engagement with your own genuine experience of your own genuine life. Through the specific, private, uncontested process of turning your own attention toward the questions that your own life is actually raising. Through the genuinely solitary thinking that produces the genuine insight that genuine wisdom is built from. This process requires time that belongs genuinely to you. Not time that is technically available on your schedule between meetings. Not time that the ambient norm of continuous availability has made technically present but psychologically impossible because the expectation of immediate response means that any attempt to inhabit the time as genuinely yours is undermined by the knowledge that the response is being waited for. Genuinely yours. Protected by the specific, deliberate, regularly. Maintain choice to make your attention temporarily unavailable to the external world's continuous demand so that it can be genuinely available to the interior development that the external demand has been competing with. Seneca identified this cost with his characteristic directness: I am not much interested in the person who is always with company. Whom none can leave without injury, whom if one would repair, one must tear away, such is the person who, in the philosopher's phrase, becomes neither their own man nor anyone else's. Neither their own person nor anyone else's. The specific, devastating assessment of what continuous reachability produces at its most complete. The person who is so thoroughly colonized by the external world's continuous demand for their attention that they have become, in the most fundamental sense, no longer genuinely themselves. Their time is not theirs. Their attention is not theirs. Their interior development has been perpetually deferred to the management of the external access that the continuous availability has made universal. And the wisdom that would have been built in the genuinely private, genuinely uncontested space that the genuine interior development requires has not been built. Because the space was never genuinely available. Why continuous reachability has become the default, and why changing it is harder than it sounds. Understanding why continuous reachability has become so pervasive and so normalized is necessary for understanding why changing it requires the specific, deliberate, philosophically grounded approach rather than the simple decision to check your phone less often. The ambient cultural norm of immediate response has been built by the specific, cumulative effect of several powerful forces operating simultaneously. The first is the genuine utility of connectivity. The smartphone and the communication technologies it enables are genuinely useful. The ability to coordinate quickly, to share information immediately, to maintain connection with people across distance. These capabilities have genuine value. The norm of continuous reachability did not emerge from something entirely without value. It emerged from the genuine utility of connectivity being extended, gradually and without deliberate examination, from the specific valuable contexts where it is genuinely useful to the entirety of waking life, where its continuous presence has specific costs that its genuine utility does not justify. The second is the social reinforcement of immediate response. The person who responds immediately is perceived, in many professional and social contexts, as more responsible, more committed, more engaged than the person who responds with any delay. This perception is not entirely groundless. Immediate response does communicate something about prioritization. But the communication is ambiguous at best and misleading at worst. The person who responds immediately may be communicating prioritization, or may be communicating the absence of the sustained engagement with genuinely important work that immediate response consistently prevents. The social reinforcement of immediate response has not been careful about this distinction. The third is the anxiety reduction that immediate response provides. There is a specific, immediate, physiologically real relief that arrives when the pending message is answered. The specific tension of the unanswered message, the message in the inbox that you know is there and that you know requires a response and that exists in your interior as a low-level but persistent source of incompleteness, is resolved by the response. And the resolution feels good in the specific way that anxiety reduction feels good. Immediately and genuinely. But this anxiety reduction is a trap of the most effective kind. Because it provides an immediate reward for the behavior, the immediate response, that perpetuates the condition that creates the anxiety. The more quickly you respond, the more the expectation of quick response is established. The more the expectation of quick response is established, the more the anxiety of the pending unanswered message is amplified. The more the anxiety of the pending unanswered message is amplified, the more powerful the drive toward the immediate response that relieves it. This is the specific, self-reinforcing cycle of continuous reachability. The anxiety drives the immediate response. The immediate response establishes the expectation. The established expectation amplifies the anxiety of any departure from it. And the amplified anxiety drives the next immediate response. Breaking this cycle is not as simple as the decision to check your phone less often. Because the cycle is physiologically driven, by the genuine anxiety of the pending message and the genuine relief of the response, in a way that makes the decision, without the specific practices and the specific philosophical grounding that give it force, consistently insufficient in the face of the physiological pull. The Stoics understood this kind of challenge. They understood that the management of the desires and the impulses and the ambient pressures that continuously competed with genuine philosophical living required not just the single decision but the specific, daily, philosophically grounded practice that maintained the decision against the continuous pressure. This is what the specific practices we are about to explore are for. The specific practices of reclaiming genuine interior space, what they look like and how they work. The practice of designated unreachable time. The foundation of everything else is the specific, daily, protected designation of time during which you are genuinely unavailable to the external world's access. Not technically unavailable because you happen to be in a meeting. Genuinely unavailable by deliberate, principled choice. The specific structure of this time will vary. For some people it is the mornings, the specific hours before the external world's demands begin that belong entirely to the genuine interior engagement that the day requires but that continuous reachability prevents. For others it is a specific period during the day, a protected block of several hours during which the devices are placed out of reach and the attention is given entirely to the sustained engagement with genuinely important work. For others it is the evenings, the specific period after the workday's formal demands have ended and before the sleep that the uncontested interior engagement has enabled. What matters is not the specific structure. It is the genuine designation. The specific, deliberately maintained, regularly renewed choice to make these hours genuinely unavailable to the external world's access. Not technically difficult to interrupt but genuinely, principally, deliberately protected from interruption. Marcus Aurelius protected his mornings. The specific hours before the empire made its demands were hours he used for the interior engagement that the empire's governance ultimately required. Not selfishly, the mornings produced the quality of thinking and the quality of judgment that the empire's welfare depended on. But deliberately. With the specific understanding that the alternative, making the mornings available to the empire's demands as immediately as the rest of the day, would have gradually and systematically depleted the interior resource that the empire was depending on. You do not govern an empire. But the principle applies at every scale. The interior resource that your most genuinely important work depends on, the quality of thinking, the depth of judgment, the genuine insight that your life and your relationships and your creative and professional contributions require, this resource is developed in the unreachable time. Not in the continuously available time. In the time that belongs genuinely to the interior. Designate it. Protect it. Maintain it against the continuous pressure of the ambient norm that treats all time as available time. The practice of genuine device boundaries. The too-reachable person has typically established no genuine structural boundaries between the device and the experiences that the device consistently compromises. The device is present at the meal. At the conversation. At the walk. At the evening. At the morning. In the bedroom. In the bathroom. In every space that the ambient norm of continuous availability has colonized. Genuine device boundaries are not the performance of health. They are the specific, structural choice to create the physical conditions that the genuine experiences, the genuine conversations, the genuine meals, the genuine engagement with the people and the moments that are actually present, require. The device has no place in the specific experiences where its presence most consistently damages what it claims not to be damaging. At the meal with the people who matter. In the conversation where genuine presence is what the other person most needs and most deserves. In the hour before sleep that the device's specific light and stimulation is most specifically disrupting. In the morning hour before the day's demands arrive that the device most specifically colonizes before the interior has had the space it needs. These boundaries are not always comfortable. The specific anxiety of the unmonitored device, the knowledge that messages are arriving and not being addressed, is real and physiologically present in a way that the decision not to check does not automatically eliminate. The Stoic practice addresses this anxiety directly. By applying the fear audit to the specific anxiety of the unmonitored message. What is the actual worst case of not responding to this message for 2 hours? For the vast majority of messages from the vast majority of people in the vast majority of contexts, the actual worst case is, they wait for 2 hours for a response. That is the actual worst case. Not the catastrophic outcome that the anxiety suggests. The 2-hour wait. And the 2-hour wait, examined honestly rather than through the anxiety's amplification of it, is a consequence that the genuine value of the protected interior space more than justifies. The practice of deliberate communication design. The too-reachable person has typically allowed the communication expectations in their professional and personal life to develop by default. The implicit norm of immediate response was established not through deliberate agreement but through the gradual accumulation of immediate responses that produced the expectation of immediate response that subsequent immediate responses confirmed. This implicit norm can be deliberately redesigned. Not through the dramatic announcement of new policies or the confrontational assertion of boundaries that the ambient norm experiences as hostility. Through the specific, deliberate, gradual communication of a different expectation. The deliberate communication design begins with the honest assessment of which relationships and which communication contexts genuinely require the immediate response and which do not. The genuine emergency, the genuinely urgent situation where delay in response would produce a genuinely significant cost, is real. But the genuine emergency is rare. Far rarer than the ambient norm of continuous availability implies by treating all incoming communication with the same structural urgency. Most incoming communication is not genuinely urgent. Does not require a response within minutes. Could be addressed within hours or within days without the cost that the ambient norm structure implies it would produce. And the deliberate communication design establishes this honestly, through the consistent pattern of thoughtful responses that are not immediate but that are genuinely present and genuinely considered when they arrive, in a way that gradually recalibrates the expectation without the confrontation that explicit announcement would produce. Diana practiced this after the Wednesday afternoon. Not through announcement. Through the consistent, deliberate pattern of responses that were not immediate but that were more genuinely considered than the immediate ones had been. Through the consistent communication, in the responses themselves, of the specific quality of genuine thought that the non-immediate response had made possible. The people who had learned to expect immediate responses adjusted. Not all of them immediately. Not all of them without some friction during the adjustment period. But genuinely. Because the quality of the considered response more than compensated for the delay that produced it. The practice of single-focus engagement. One of the specific disciplines that the Stoics consistently identified as foundational to genuine interior development is the practice of being completely where you are. Of giving the full weight of your genuine attention to the specific thing that is genuinely in front of you without the divided, partial, perpetually interrupted attention that continuous reachability produces. The practical form of this practice is the specific, daily, deliberately maintained discipline of single-focus engagement. The meal that is the meal, experienced with the full sensory attention that the meal actually deserves, without the device that converts the meal into the background for the management of the communication stream. The conversation that is the conversation, with the full, genuine, actually receiving attention that the person speaking deserves, without the divided attention that the device in the pocket represents even when it is not being actively consulted. The walk that is the walk, with the specific, genuinely present engagement with the physical experience of moving through the world, without the earphones and the content stream that converts the walk into a consumption experience rather than a genuinely present one. These single-focus engagements are not productivity optimizations. They are the specific, daily practice of genuinely inhabiting the life that is actually being lived. Of being actually present to the specific experiences that constitute the actual life rather than perpetually elsewhere in the management of the access that continuous reachability maintains. And they produce, over time, a genuinely different quality of life. Not because the experiences themselves are dramatically different. Because the relationship to the experiences is genuinely present rather than perpetually divided. And the difference between the genuinely present experience and the divided one is the difference that the Stoics identified as the difference between the genuine life and the performance of it. The practice of philosophical grounding for the boundaries. Every genuine boundary requires a genuine justification, a specific, philosophically grounded understanding of why the boundary is worth maintaining against the continuous pressure of the ambient norm that treats it as unnecessary or selfish or professionally irresponsible. The philosophical grounding that the Stoic tradition provides for the practice of deliberate unreachability is among the most powerful available. Because it locates the practice not in the specific optimization of productivity or the specific preservation of personal time but in the most fundamental philosophical question available: what is actually yours? What is genuinely under your governance? And what has been allowed to occupy that space that has no genuine right to it? Your attention is yours. The most fundamental resource of your interior life. The specific capacity that determines the quality of your thinking, your relationships, your creative and professional work, your wisdom, your genuine development as the specific human being you are capable of becoming. The external world's demand for that attention is not yours. It is theirs. And the ambient norm that has established the continuous availability of your attention to their demand has not established something that is genuinely owed. It has established an expectation. An expectation that was produced by your accommodation of it and that can be genuinely revised by the deliberate withdrawal of that accommodation. This philosophical grounding, the specific, Stoic recognition that your attention is genuinely yours and that the external world's claim on it is a request to which genuine choice can be applied rather than an obligation that genuine responsibility requires you to meet continuously, is the interior foundation from which the practices can be genuinely maintained against the continuous pressure of the ambient norm. Without this grounding, the practices feel like selfishness. Feel like the irresponsible withdrawal from the genuine obligations that the people in your life genuinely have a right to expect you to meet. Feel like the luxury of someone who can afford to be unavailable rather than the genuine philosophical practice of someone who understands what is actually theirs. With this grounding, the practices feel like what they actually are. The responsible, mature, philosophically serious management of the most important resource you have. The deliberate, principled protection of the interior space that the people and the purposes you care most about genuinely depend on you to protect. The specific choice to be genuinely present to the things that deserve genuine presence rather than partially present to everything and fully present to nothing. The practice of graduated reduction. The too reachable person who attempts to immediately achieve the ideal of genuine deliberate unreachability will almost certainly fail. Because the physiological pull of the ambient norm, the anxiety of the pending message, the relief of the immediate response, the social reinforcement of the immediate availability, is real and powerful and does not yield to a single decision however philosophically grounded. The graduated reduction is the specific practice of incrementally, deliberately, consistently expanding the space of genuine unavailability. The first week, 30 minutes of turned off phone in the morning before the day begins. The second week, an hour. The third week, the phone in another room during meals. The gradual, patient, consistently maintained expansion of the space that belongs genuinely to the interior. This graduation does two things. It allows the anxiety response to the unavailability to be encountered and processed in manageable doses rather than overwhelming doses. And it provides the specific, accumulating evidence that the feared consequences of the unavailability, the catastrophic outcomes that the anxiety suggests will result from not responding immediately, do not materialize in the form or with the magnitude that the anxiety projects. The evidence accumulates. The anxiety reduces. Not to zero, but to a level that the philosophical grounding can genuinely govern. And the space expands. Gradually, genuinely, sustainably. Diana's 3 hours did not become 11 hours immediately. They became 3 hours regularly. Then 4. Then the specific structure that her life's genuine requirements, honestly assessed and deliberately designed, actually warranted rather than the structure that the ambient norm's continuous pressure had been producing. The practice of genuine solitude. The ultimate practice, the one that all of the preceding practices are oriented toward making possible, is the practice of genuine solitude. The specific, regularly maintained engagement with the interior in the complete absence of external demand on your attention. Not the solitude of isolation. Not the withdrawal from genuine human engagement. The specific, deliberately protected periods of genuine interior engagement that are unavailable to interruption not because no one is present but because the choice to be present to the interior rather than to the exterior has been genuinely and deliberately made. Seneca wrote about this practice with the specific urgency of someone who understood it as foundational to everything else. He wrote, "Retire to yourself as much as possible. Have as your company those who can make you better. Invite those whom you can make better. And this exchange should be mutual. Human beings teach and learn at the same time. But above all, withdraw from those who would diminish your spirit." And then he added the specific instruction that gives the preceding counsel its genuine substance: withdraw, but not so far that you cannot return, and not so far that you become divorced from those among whom you live. This is the precise calibration. Not the withdrawal from genuine human life. The deliberate, regularly maintained, philosophically serious withdrawal from the external world's continuous claim on your attention. The specific creation of the interior space that genuine self-development requires. And then the return, genuinely enriched by the withdrawal, genuinely more present because of the practiced interior engagement, to the genuine human relationships and the genuine professional and creative work that the withdrawal was specifically enabling. This is the genuine practice of deliberate unreachability at its most complete. Not the performance of unavailability. The genuine, principled, regularly maintained cultivation of the interior space that the person you are capable of being requires to actually become that person. What becomes available when you stop being too reachable, the genuine transformation. Diana spent the 6 months after the Wednesday afternoon gradually, deliberately, philosophically seriously implementing the practices we have been describing. Not perfectly. Not without the friction that any genuine departure from an ambient norm produces. Not without the specific anxiety of the pending message and the specific social discomfort of the recalibrated expectation. But genuinely. With the specific, philosophically grounded understanding of why the practices mattered and what they were building. 6 months later, she wrote about what had become available in the space that the practices had created. The quality of her thinking had changed. Not because she was smarter. Because the thinking was happening at a depth that the continuous interruption had been preventing. The sustained engagement with genuinely important questions, the questions that her work and her life were actually raising, was producing insights that the shallow, interrupted, perpetually redirected attention of 11 years of continuous reachability had never produced. The quality of her relationships had changed. The people she loved were receiving a quality of presence from her that she had not known she had been withholding until the practice of genuine presence revealed what the divided attention had been denying them. The conversations were genuinely different. More real. More connecting. More accurately what both people were actually communicating rather than what the surface of the words suggested. The quality of her creative work had changed. The sustained engagement with the creative process that the protected, uninterrupted hours were enabling was producing work that she recognized as genuinely different from the work the previous conditions had produced. Not dramatically different in obvious external ways. But genuinely different in the specific, interior way that the creator knows when the work has reached the depth that their actual capacity is capable of producing. And the quality of her own interior experience had changed. The specific sense of herself, of actually being present to her own genuine life, inhabiting her own actual experience, directing her own actual attention toward what was genuinely hers rather than perpetually outward toward the external world's continuous demand, was different from the specific quality of the 11 years of continuous reachability that the 3 hours on a Wednesday afternoon had made visible by contrast. She was present. Genuinely. To herself. To the specific, unrepeatable, completely real moments of her actual life. With the specific quality of genuine inhabiting that only the reclaimed interior space makes possible. This is what stops being too reachable produces. Not productivity optimization. Not professional performance enhancement. The genuine presence to your own genuine life that the continuous availability has been specifically preventing. The interior that is genuinely yours. The attention that is genuinely directed by you rather than perpetually captured by whoever knows how to produce a notification in your pocket. The thinking that reaches the depth your intelligence is actually capable of. The relationships that receive the presence they actually deserve. The creative and professional work that reflects what you are actually capable of rather than what is possible in the shallow, interrupted, perpetually redirected conditions of the too reachable life. The wisdom that develops in the protected space. The genuine self that inhabits the deliberate interior rather than perpetually managing the external's access. This is available. Not through a single dramatic withdrawal from the ambient norm. Through the specific, daily, consistently maintained, philosophically grounded practices of deliberately, principally, genuinely reclaiming the interior space that the too reachable life has colonized. Starting with the simplest and most immediately available practice. The device placed face down. The screen going dark. The specific quality of silence that follows. And the genuine, unmediated, completely yours interior that the silence reveals. Sit with it. You have been away from it for a long time. It has been waiting for you. Subscribe to Stoic Ascension right now. Turn on your notifications. Every single video on this channel is built for exactly this depth of philosophical understanding and this quality of practically applicable engagement. The kind that names what most people are experiencing without knowing what to name it and that provides the specific philosophical grounding and the specific daily practices that genuinely address what is being named. What comes after this builds directly on everything you just heard. Every video goes deeper. Every video takes the practice further into the complete work of genuinely inhabiting the life that is genuinely available to you when the external world's continuous demand for your attention is genuinely and deliberately addressed. Diana turned off her phone for the first time in 11 years. She placed it face down on the kitchen table. She watched the screen go dark. She sat with the silence for 3 hours and discovered what the 11 years of continuous noise had been covering. Herself. Genuinely present. To herself. For the first time in 11 years. You do not have to wait 11 years to discover this. The practice begins the next time the device is in your hand and the specific, deliberate, philosophically grounded choice to put it down is genuinely available. Make that choice. Now. Don't be soft. The river almost took him on a Tuesday. Not metaphorically. The current was genuine and cold and considerably stronger than the conditions at the put-in had suggested it would be. He was an experienced kayaker, 12 years, hundreds of trips, the specific competence of someone who had been in genuinely difficult water many times and had always found the line through it. He knew what he was doing. And then he was upside down in 40-degree water with the current pressing him against a partially submerged log and his paddle nowhere in his hands and the specific, crystalline, completely humbling recognition that the river did not care what he knew. His name was Connor. He was 47 years old. He had spent the previous decade, by his own later assessment, becoming progressively softer in the specific way that modern comfort enables without anyone noticing. Not dramatically. Not in any way that the people around him would have identified or that any external measure of his life would have registered. He was healthy. He was professionally successful. He was well regarded by people whose regard he valued. He exercised. He ate reasonably well. He maintained the specific, adequate relationship with physical challenge that his particular version of a comfortable modern life had established as sufficient. But he had been, without fully realizing it, systematically reducing his exposure to the specific kinds of genuine difficulty that build the specific kinds of interior resource that genuine difficulty builds and that comfortable conditions consistently fail to maintain. He had been avoiding the cold. The sustained hunger. The physical suffering that genuine effort in genuinely demanding conditions produces. The specific experience of being in a situation where the comfortable option does not exist and the demanding option is the only available one, and the response to the demanding option reveals something about the character of the person responding that the comfortable option never requires to be revealed. He had been avoiding these things not through any conscious decision to avoid them. Through the specific, gradual, entirely unremarkable accumulation of the choices that modern comfort makes continuously available. The heated car instead of the cold walk. The food that arrives rather than the meal that requires effort and delay. The workout that is complete after 30 minutes at a manageable intensity rather than the one that continues past the point where continuing is the harder choice. The challenge that is undertaken only after sufficient preparation has guaranteed sufficient comfort. The softness had accumulated. Not in a single moment. In the daily, unremarkable, entirely reasonable seeming preference for the comfortable option that the comfortable life makes perpetually available. And then the river. He got out. Barely. With the specific, oxygen-starved, hypothermia-adjacent physical experience of someone who has been in 40-degree water without their paddle for a period of time that felt much longer than it was. He sat on the bank. He was shaking. Not just from the cold, from something more fundamental than the cold. From the specific, complete, utterly genuine recognition of how much had been lost in the accumulation of the comfortable choices. Not fitness. He was fit enough. The ability to survive the river had been present. What had almost not been present was the specific interior resource, the particular quality of mental and psychological resilience, the specific capacity to function clearly in conditions of genuine physical distress, the practiced ability to make good decisions when every physical signal is screaming that the situation is worse than it is. That 12 years of kayaking and a decade of comfort had eroded in the specific way that comfort erodes things that are not regularly challenged. He had become soft. In the specific, interior, philosophically significant sense of the word. Not weak in any simple physical sense. Soft in the sense of having lost the specific hardness, the specific, tested, directly experienced knowledge of his own capacity under genuine pressure, that the gradual reduction of genuine challenge had gradually removed. He sat on the bank for a long time, shaking, and thinking about what the river had just told him. This is what we are exploring today. Not as a counsel of unnecessary suffering or gratuitous self-punishment or the performative rejection of comfort for its own sake. As the honest, philosophically grounded, genuinely urgent examination of what softness actually is, what it actually costs, and what the specific daily practices of refusing to be soft actually build in the person who takes the question seriously. This is Stoic Ascension. Subscribe to this channel right now and turn on your notifications because every single video here is built for exactly this depth and exactly this honesty. The kind of honesty that most people find genuinely uncomfortable because it requires looking at themselves with a precision that the comfortable life is specifically designed to make unnecessary. What comes after this builds directly on everything you are about to hear. Do not miss what is coming. What softness actually is, the philosophical precision that the word requires. Softness is a word that carries a lot of cultural baggage. In many contexts it is used as a disguised insult, a coded way of dismissing sensitivity or emotion or the honest acknowledgement of genuine difficulty as inadequate. This is not how the word is being used here, and the distinction matters. Softness, in the sense that the Stoics addressed and that this exploration is concerned with, is not sensitivity. It is not the honest expression of genuine emotion. It is not the appropriate acknowledgement of genuine pain or loss or difficulty. These things are not softness. They are honesty. They are the genuine interior life of a real human being, and the Stoics valued them. Softness, precisely defined, is the specific condition that results from the systematic avoidance of genuine challenge. The state of an interior that has not been genuinely tested and therefore does not know its own genuine capacity. The specific fragility of a character that has been built primarily in comfortable conditions and that therefore has not developed the specific qualities, the resilience, the patience, the genuine capacity for sustained effort and genuine discomfort, that only the regular encounter with genuine challenge produces. It is not a moral failing. It is a developmental gap. The specific absence of qualities that are not given to anyone and that are available only to those who regularly encounter the specific conditions that build them. And it is consequential. In ways that the comfortable life specifically prevents from being seen until the specific condition that reveals them, the river, the diagnosis, the loss, the professional collapse, the relationship breakdown, the specific genuine difficulty that the comfortable life has been inadvertently training the person not to be able to meet, arrives. The Stoics understood softness with the precision that their philosophy of genuine character development required. They built their entire understanding of what a good human life requires around the recognition that genuine character, the specific, tested, genuinely available qualities of wisdom and courage and justice and self-discipline, is not produced by the comfortable life. Is not the natural outcome of adequate circumstances and reasonable challenge and the specific modern management of difficulty that treats discomfort as something to be minimized rather than as something to be genuinely engaged with. Genuine character is forged. This is not a metaphor. It is the most accurate available description of the specific process through which the specific qualities of genuine character are actually built. Through the regular, deliberate, genuinely demanding encounter with challenge that reveals the current edges of capacity and that builds, through the encounter and through the sustained engagement with what the encounter requires, the expanded capacity that the next encounter will find. The comfortable life does not forge. It maintains. And what is only maintained, without the regular testing and the regular rebuilding that genuine challenge requires, gradually softens. Not in any single dramatic moment. In the specific, daily, entirely unremarkable way that anything maintained in comfortable conditions without genuine challenge softens. This is softness. And naming it precisely is the beginning of genuinely addressing it. What the Stoics actually said about hardness, the philosophical foundation. The Stoic philosophical tradition is, at its most fundamental level, a philosophy of genuine character development. And genuine character development, in the Stoic understanding, requires the specific, deliberate, regularly maintained encounter with genuine difficulty. This is not peripheral to the Stoic project. It is central. It is the specific understanding that distinguishes the Stoic approach to what makes a good human life from every philosophy that locates the good life primarily in the enjoyment of comfortable circumstances. Seneca wrote about this with the urgency and the directness of someone who had examined the question from the inside. He wrote about the specific relationship between genuine difficulty and genuine character with a precision that remains, 2,000 years after it was written, among the most practically applicable guidance available. He wrote, "It is not that I am brave, but that I know what is not worth fearing. And I know this because I have practiced meeting the things I feared and discovering, through the meeting, that they were more workable than the fearing suggested." He wrote, "The mind ought to be sent into difficulties and hardships to prevent it from going soft. Endure bravely. This is the only way that the deity makes right-minded men. And most directly, it is not the man who has little, but the man who craves more, that is poor. Seek not that the things which happen should happen as you wish, but wish the things which happen to be as they are, and you will have a tranquil flow of life." This last is the Stoic counsel of genuine engagement with what is actually real rather than the management of conditions toward the comfortable. The person who can receive what is and engage with it genuinely rather than continuously managing toward what is more comfortable has developed something that the person who only operates in managed comfortable conditions has not. Epictetus was perhaps the most directly insistent about the necessity of genuine hardness. He had, as always, a specific authority on the subject that comes from having tested his philosophy in the most genuinely demanding available conditions. He wrote, "Seek not that the things which happen should happen as you wish, but wish the things which happen to be as they are, and you will have a tranquil flow of life." He wrote, "If you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid with regard to external things. Don't wish to be thought to know anything. And if some people think that you amount to something, distrust yourself." And the specific instruction that most directly addresses the question of softness: "Nothing great comes suddenly into being, any more than a bunch of grapes or a figure. If you tell me that you want a fig, I answer you that there must be time. Let it first blossom, then bear fruit, then ripen." The ripening of genuine character, the specific hardening of the interior that makes it genuinely capable of meeting what genuine life genuinely requires, takes time. Not the time of waiting but the time of genuine engagement. Of regular, deliberate, honestly demanding encounter with the conditions that produce the specific qualities being built. Marcus Aurelius addressed softness with the specific, private, honest urgency of someone who was continuously at risk of it. Not because he was weak. Because the position he occupied made the comfortable option continuously available and the demanding option continuously the one that had to be deliberately chosen. He wrote to himself about the mornings, the specific, recurring challenge of the morning as the daily threshold where the soft choice and the demanding choice diverged. He wrote about his own tendency toward the comfortable option in the morning and his continuous, renewed, deliberate choice to override it. Not as a guilt-driven punishment of comfort. As the specific recognition that the demanding choice in the morning established the quality of character from which the day's genuine demands would be met. He wrote, "At dawn, when you have trouble getting out of bed, tell yourself, I have to go to work, as a human being. What do I have to complain of, if I'm going to do what I was born for? Or is this what I was born for? To huddle under the blankets and stay warm?" This is the daily, practical, philosophically grounded refusal to be soft. Not grand. Not dramatic. The specific choice, made in the specific small moment where the comfortable and the demanding diverge, to choose the demanding because the demanding builds what the comfortable cannot. The specific forms softness takes in modern life, naming them precisely. Softness is not experienced as softness. It is experienced as comfort. As reasonable self-care. As appropriate rest. As the sensible management of challenge that modern life's complexity makes necessary. The specific camouflage of softness as reasonable modern living is one of its most effective mechanisms for perpetuating itself unexamined. Naming the specific forms it takes, stripping the reasonable-sounding justifications and seeing the softness beneath them, is among the most important and most uncomfortable practices available for genuinely engaging with it. The softness of constant comfort management. The modern person has access to an unprecedented array of tools for the management of physical discomfort. The temperature-controlled environment that prevents the experience of genuine cold or genuine heat. The immediate availability of food that prevents the experience of genuine hunger. The ergonomic optimization of every physical environment that prevents the experience of sustained physical discomfort. The pharmaceutical management of pain that prevents the sustained experience of physical suffering. None of these comforts are wrong in themselves. They are genuinely useful and genuinely valuable and genuinely worth having. But when the relationship with physical comfort becomes the systematic avoidance of every experience of genuine physical discomfort, when the cold is always managed away before it becomes genuinely felt, the hunger always addressed before it becomes genuinely experienced, the physical effort always stopped before it becomes genuinely demanding, something specific is being lost. The specific, directly experienced knowledge of what the body can actually tolerate. Of how much greater the body's actual capacity for discomfort is than the comfortable life's management of it suggests. Of the specific interior quality, the patience, the sustained engagement with difficulty, the practiced capacity to function clearly in the presence of genuine physical discomfort, that only regular genuine encounter with genuine physical discomfort builds. The Stoics practiced voluntary discomfort with the specific deliberateness of people who understood what the systematic avoidance of discomfort produces in the character. Seneca regularly spent time in conditions of deliberate physical difficulty, eating poorly, sleeping uncomfortably, wearing inadequate clothing for the conditions, not as punishment but as the specific practice of maintaining his genuine knowledge of what was tolerable. Of keeping the interior soft tissue from becoming too dependent on the continuous management of comfort for its adequate functioning. He wrote, "Set aside a certain number of days, during which you shall be content with the scantiest and cheapest fare, with coarse and rough dress, saying to yourself the while, is this the condition that I feared? The question is the practice. Does this genuinely feel as terrible as the anticipation of it suggested?" And the honest answer, in almost every case of voluntary physical discomfort, is no. It does not feel as terrible. The feared condition, when actually met, is more workable than the avoidance of it suggested it would be. And this discovery, made through direct experience rather than theory, is the specific thing that the voluntary encounter with discomfort produces that the continued avoidance of it cannot produce. The softness of emotional avoidance. Perhaps the most consequential form of softness available in modern life is the specific avoidance of genuine emotional difficulty. The management of the interior toward the continuously comfortable rather than the genuine engagement with the difficult emotional material that genuine human life consistently produces. This avoidance takes many forms. The conversation not had because the having of it would produce genuine emotional discomfort for one or both people involved. The grief not genuinely felt because the genuine feeling of it is more difficult than the management around it. The anger not genuinely examined because the genuine examination of it requires the honest acknowledgement of something uncomfortable about the self. The fear not genuinely engaged with because the genuine engagement is more demanding than the specific distraction that is perpetually available. The emotionally soft person is not the person who feels deeply. It is the person who has learned to consistently manage their feelings toward the more comfortable rather than genuinely engaging with the full range of what genuine human emotional experience produces. And the cost of this management is the specific atrophying of the emotional resilience that only genuine engagement with difficult emotions builds. The person who has never genuinely grieved does not know what genuine grieving requires or produces. The person who has never genuinely confronted their own fear does not know the specific interior architecture that genuine confrontation with fear builds. The person who has never sat with genuine shame or genuine guilt long enough for the genuine engagement with it to produce genuine learning has not built the specific interior resource that genuine emotional engagement builds. The Stoics were not emotionally avoidant. Marcus Aurelius grieved genuinely. He felt the weight of loss and the specific difficulty of the sustained challenge of his position with the complete, unmanaged honesty of a person who understood that genuine feeling was not the problem. The problem was allowing genuine feeling to become the sole governance of behavior. Not the feeling itself but the specific treatment of the feeling as something to be avoided rather than something to be genuinely engaged with. This is the Stoic approach to emotional hardness. Not the performance of emotional invulnerability. The genuine, courageous, patient engagement with the full range of emotional experience without the specific avoidance that softness produces. The softness of intellectual complacency. The mind that is not regularly challenged in genuinely demanding ways softens in the specific way that the body softens without regular physical challenge. The thinking becomes less sharp. The reasoning becomes less rigorous. The capacity for the sustained, genuinely demanding intellectual engagement that the most genuinely important questions require becomes less available. The intellectually soft person is not stupid. They may be highly intelligent. But they have allowed the intellectual life to settle into the groove of the familiar and the confirmed rather than the genuinely challenging and the genuinely uncertain. They engage primarily with ideas they already agree with. They read primarily in the domains where they already have competence. They avoid the sustained, genuinely demanding intellectual engagement with the ideas that most challenge their existing understanding. And the cost is the specific, gradual atrophying of the intellectual resilience, the specific capacity for genuine, sustained engagement with genuinely difficult and genuinely uncertain intellectual terrain, that the comfortable intellectual life consistently produces. The softness of relational avoidance. Genuine relationships, the specific, deep, mutually honest, genuinely present relationships that constitute genuine human connection, are genuinely demanding. They require the sustained, patient, sometimes painful engagement with another human being in all of their complexity. They require the specific vulnerability of being genuinely seen. The specific discomfort of being genuinely known. The specific difficulty of genuine conflict and genuine repair and the sustained engagement with the specific challenges that genuine intimacy consistently produces. The relationally soft person manages their relationships toward the comfortable rather than genuinely inhabiting the full complexity of what genuine relationship requires. They avoid the difficult conversation. They manage the impression rather than expressing the genuine self. They maintain the comfortable distance that the genuine vulnerability of genuine intimacy would require them to close. And the cost is the specific shallowness of connection that the management of relational comfort produces. The relationships that are pleasant without being genuinely nourishing. That are present without being genuinely real. That provide company without the specific depth of genuine being known that only the genuine vulnerability of genuine intimacy produces. The softness of deferred difficulty. The specific pattern of consistently deferring genuine difficulty to a future moment when the conditions will be more favorable is perhaps the most universally practiced form of softness available. The workout deferred until the motivation is more present. The difficult project deferred until the inspiration is more available. The challenging conversation deferred until the timing is more right. The genuinely demanding engagement deferred until the comfort of the present moment has been sufficiently enjoyed. The deferral produces the specific, gradual, completely unremarkable erosion of the capacity for genuine, immediate engagement with genuine difficulty. The capacity that only develops through the regular, genuine, non-deferred encounter with genuine challenge and that atrophies in the specific way that all capacities atrophy when they are consistently not used. The soft person is not the person who needs occasional rest. Genuine rest is necessary and appropriate and not softness. The soft person is the one who, in the presence of the available difficult option and the available comfortable option, consistently chooses the comfortable one without the deliberate, principled, philosophically grounded choice that genuine rest represents. Why softness is the enemy of genuine human flourishing, the complete philosophical argument. The Stoics built their philosophy around a specific understanding of what the genuinely good human life requires. And their understanding was, at its most fundamental level, incompatible with softness in every form we have described. The genuinely good human life, in the Stoic framework, is the life that is fully inhabited by a person who is fully developed. Who has built, through the regular, genuine, demanding encounter with the full range of what genuine living requires, the specific interior qualities, wisdom, courage, justice, self-discipline, that constitute genuine excellence of character. These qualities are not produced by the comfortable life. They are produced by the specific encounter with the conditions that reveal their current absence and that build, through the encounter and through the sustained engagement with what the encounter requires, their genuine presence. Wisdom is produced by genuine encounter with genuine complexity and genuine uncertainty. Not the comfortable management of the familiar but the sustained, patient engagement with the genuinely unknown. Courage is produced by genuine encounter with genuine fear and genuine risk. Not the avoidance of the feared situation but the genuine, sustained engagement with it in the presence of the genuine fear that it produces. Justice is produced by genuine encounter with the genuine difficulty of treating other people with genuine fairness in conditions that make genuine fairness genuinely costly. Not the easy fairness of the comfortable situation but the sustained, principled, costly fairness of genuine commitment to the value. Self-discipline is produced by genuine encounter with the genuine pull of the comfortable option in the presence of the demanding one. Not the absence of the pull is always present, but the regular, deliberate, consistently maintained choice of the demanding over the comfortable because the demanding choice builds what the comfortable one cannot. None of these qualities are produced by the systematic avoidance of difficulty. All of them require the regular, genuine, demanding engagement with precisely what the soft life is systematically avoiding. This is the Stoic argument against softness. Not the moralistic claim that comfort is wrong or that suffering is virtuous or that difficulty should be sought for its own sake. The specific, philosophical argument that the qualities most worth building require the specific conditions that build them. And those conditions are not the conditions of the comfortable life. The comfortable life produces comfort. It does not produce courage. It produces ease. It does not produce wisdom. It produces the specific, pleasant, ultimately inadequate life of someone who has been maintained rather than developed. Who has been kept rather than grown. Who has been comfortable rather than alive in the genuine, demanding, fully inhabited sense that the Stoic understanding of the genuinely good life requires. Connor understood this on the bank of the river. Shaking from the cold and the specific physical reality of having been genuinely close to being genuinely hurt. He understood it not as a philosophical position but as the specific, embodied, completely direct experience of someone who had just been confronted with the gap between the genuine demands of a genuinely demanding situation and the specific interior resources that a decade of comfort had left him with. The gap was real. The resources were not as available as they would have been if the decade had included more genuine challenge. Not absent, they were there. But more distant. More effortful to access. Less immediately available in the specific way that regularly used capacities are immediately available and infrequently used capacities are not. He had become soft. And the river had told him with the specific, unambiguous clarity of a genuinely indifferent natural force. The specific practices of refusing to be soft, what they look like and what they build. Refusing to be soft is not a single decision. It is a daily practice. A daily, ongoing, never-finished practice of deliberately choosing the more demanding option in the specific moments where the more comfortable option is simultaneously available and more immediately attractive. This practice is not about suffering for its own sake. It is about the specific, targeted, deliberately maintained engagement with the conditions that build what comfort cannot. The specific qualities of interior resilience, of genuine capacity under pressure, of the practiced knowledge of what is actually tolerable and what is actually manageable and what the self is actually capable of when the self-management of the comfortable life is not available. The practice of voluntary physical challenge. The most immediately available and the most directly powerful practice of refusing to be soft is the regular, deliberate, genuinely demanding encounter with physical challenge. Not the comfortable workout that produces adequate fitness maintenance. The specific, regularly practiced engagement with physical challenge that pushes genuinely past the point of comfortable adequacy into the specific territory where continuing is the harder choice and the body's signals are suggesting that stopping would be the reasonable response. Not to injure. Not to produce the specific damage that genuine overtraining produces. But to regularly, genuinely, deliberately encounter the specific experience of genuine physical difficulty and to discover, in that encounter, both the limits of current capacity and the specific interior quality, the patience, the resolve, the sustained engagement with what the body is offering as difficulty, that the encounter builds. Seneca's voluntary poverty days, the periods of deliberately poor eating and inadequate clothing and uncomfortable sleeping, were not primarily physical practices. They were practices of the relationship between physical difficulty and interior response. Of the specific discovery, made repeatedly and deliberately, that the feared physical difficulty was consistently more workable than the anticipation of it had suggested. The cold shower that is chosen rather than endured. The fasting that is practiced rather than accidentally experienced. The physical effort that continues past the point of comfortable adequacy and into the specific territory of genuine physical challenge. These are the specific practices of voluntary physical challenge that build what the comfortable life cannot build. Connor returned to the river. Not immediately. After months of deliberate, graduated engagement with physical challenge that rebuilt the specific interior resource the decade of comfort had eroded. Cold water exposure. Extended physical effort. The specific, regular, deliberately maintained encounter with conditions that his body would prefer to manage away. He went back to the river the following year. Better prepared. Not because the year had made him significantly fitter. Because the year had rebuilt the specific relationship with genuine physical difficulty that the decade of comfort had degraded. He knew, through direct experience rather than theory, what it was like to be cold and to function. To be genuinely physically challenged and to make good decisions in the presence of the challenge. To be uncomfortable and to continue. That knowledge, genuinely his, drawn from genuine experience rather than comfortable management, was what the decade had been gradually losing. And what the year of deliberate re-engagement with genuine physical challenge had rebuilt. The practice of emotional engagement without the exit. The emotionally demanding practice, and in many ways the most consequential one for the quality of genuine human life, is the specific, regular, deliberately maintained practice of engaging with the difficult emotional material rather than managing away from it. This practice looks different in different lives. For some people it is the conversation that has been deferred and that now needs to be had. For others it is the grief that has been managed around and that needs to be genuinely felt. For others it is the fear that has been consistently avoided and that needs to be genuinely examined and genuinely encountered. The specific structure is the same in every case. The deliberate choice to engage rather than manage. To feel rather than distract. To examine rather than avoid. To sit with the difficult emotional material, with the specific patience and the specific willingness to remain present to what is uncomfortable, for long enough that the genuine engagement produces what the management consistently prevents. The genuine processing of the grief. The genuine examination of the fear. The genuine understanding of the anger. The genuine integration of the shame. These are produced through the engagement, not through the management. Through the willingness to sit with what is difficult rather than perpetually managing away from it. This willingness is the specific, emotionally demanding form of refusing to be soft. Not the performance of invulnerability. The genuine, courageous, patient willingness to be genuinely present to the full range of what genuine human emotional experience produces. Without the exit. Without the management. With the specific interior hardness that says, this is difficult and I am staying with it until the staying with it produces what the managing around it cannot. The practice of intellectual challenge. The mind that is regularly pushed past its comfortable intellectual territory is a genuinely different mind from the one that operates exclusively within it. The specific qualities of intellectual resilience, the capacity for sustained engagement with genuinely complex and genuinely uncertain intellectual terrain, the willingness to hold competing ideas in genuine tension without the premature resolution of that tension into the comfortable familiar, the specific capacity to be genuinely changed by the encounter with a genuinely challenging idea. These are built through the regular, deliberate encounter with intellectual challenge. The practice looks like reading the books that genuinely challenge the existing intellectual framework rather than exclusively the ones that confirm it. Engaging with the ideas of people whose conclusions are genuinely different from yours, not to defeat those ideas but to genuinely understand them from the inside. Sitting with the genuine uncertainty of genuinely unresolved questions rather than reaching for the premature comfort of the confidently known. This is the intellectual form of refusing to be soft. The specific, daily, deliberately maintained choice to push the mind into territory that the comfortable intellectual life has not prepared it for and to discover, in the pushing, both the limits of current intellectual capacity and the specific qualities, the curiosity, the patience, the genuine openness to being changed, that the encounter builds. The practice of relational courage. The relationally demanding practice is the specific, regular, deliberately chosen engagement with the full complexity of genuine relationship. The difficult conversation chosen rather than deferred. The genuine vulnerability expressed rather than managed. The genuine conflict engaged rather than avoided. The genuine repair attempted rather than the comfortable distance maintained. This is not the counsel of unnecessary conflict or gratuitous relational difficulty. It is the specific practice of being genuinely present to the full complexity of what genuine human relationship requires rather than consistently managing toward the more comfortable relational surface that relational softness produces. The practice is the specific, daily, deliberately maintained choice to bring more of the genuine self to the genuine relationships rather than less. To express more honestly. To engage more fully. To be more genuinely present to the difficulty of genuine relationship rather than perpetually managing toward the comfortable shallowness that the avoidance of that difficulty produces. The practice of the immediate engagement. The most immediately available and the most universally applicable practice of refusing to be soft is the specific practice of not deferring the available difficulty to a future moment. The workout that is done today rather than deferred to tomorrow when the motivation might be more present. The difficult conversation that is had today rather than deferred to next week when the timing might be more right. The genuinely challenging project that is engaged today rather than deferred to the period of greater inspiration that may or may not arrive. Not all deferral is softness. Genuine strategic timing is real and appropriate. But the specific pattern of consistently deferring the genuinely demanding to the future moment when the conditions will be more comfortable, this pattern is the most immediately addressable form of softness available. The Stoic practice is the immediate engagement with the available difficulty. Not because the future moment will not arrive. Because the capacity for the immediate engagement with available difficulty, the specific interior quality of not needing the conditions to be more comfortable before the demanding choice can be made, is itself built through the practice of making the demanding choice when the conditions are not more comfortable. This is perhaps the most direct and the most daily available practice of refusing to be soft. The specific choice, made in the specific moment where the comfortable option and the demanding option are both present, to choose the demanding one. Not dramatically. Specifically. In the small moments that constitute the daily accumulation of either the softening or the hardening of the interior. The practice of deliberate exposure to the genuinely uncomfortable. The graduated, deliberate, regularly maintained exposure to genuine discomfort, not the comfortable management of it but the genuine, sustained encounter with it, is the specific practice that the Stoics developed under the name of philosophical hardening and that Connor's year of river preparation embodied in its most direct and practical form. Cold water. Extended hunger. Physical effort sustained past the comfortable stopping point. The sustained maintenance of a demanding standard when the comfortable alternative is entirely available. The specific, regular, deliberately maintained choice to encounter genuine discomfort rather than managing it away. Not for suffering's sake. For the specific, directly experienced knowledge that genuine discomfort produces. The knowledge that the feared condition is more workable than the anticipation suggested. That the body and the interior are more capable than the comfortable life's management of difficulty implies. That the genuine encounter with genuine challenge reveals a capacity for meeting genuine difficulty that the comfortable life's consistent management of difficulty has been obscuring. This knowledge is not available through theory. It is not produced through the intellectual understanding that discomfort is survivable. It is produced through the direct experience of surviving genuine discomfort with the interior functioning clearly and the behavior remaining genuinely chosen rather than panic-driven or avoidance-driven. This is the specific knowledge that the soft person lacks. And this is the specific knowledge that the practice of voluntary, graduated, regularly maintained exposure to genuine discomfort builds. The specific qualities that refusing to be soft builds, the complete inventory. The practice of refusing to be soft, the daily, ongoing, specifically targeted engagement with the genuine difficulty that the comfortable life consistently makes avoidable, builds specific qualities that no other practice builds as effectively. Genuine resilience. Not the performance of resilience, the brave face in the difficult situation, the stoic exterior in the presence of genuine difficulty. Genuine resilience. The specific, tested, directly experienced knowledge of the self's actual capacity for meeting genuine difficulty with the interior functioning clearly and the behavior remaining genuinely chosen. This genuine resilience is available only to the person who has genuinely encountered difficulty. Has sat with the cold long enough to know what the cold actually feels like after the initial shock. Has pushed through the physical effort past the comfortable stopping point enough times to know what the discomfort of that territory actually feels like and what it actually requires. Has engaged with the difficult conversation enough times to know that the feared consequence is consistently more workable than the anticipation suggested. This knowledge, genuine, embodied, drawn from direct experience, is the specific content of genuine resilience. And it is available only through the regular, deliberate engagement with genuine difficulty. Genuine confidence. Not the performed confidence of someone who presents well and appears assured. Genuine confidence. The specific, unshakable, evidence-based confidence of someone who knows, from direct experience rather than theory, what they are actually capable of in genuinely demanding conditions. This confidence is not available to the person who has only operated in comfortable conditions. The comfortable conditions do not provide the specific, direct, genuine evidence of capacity under pressure that genuine confidence is built from. They provide the comfortable confirmation that the person performs adequately in comfortable conditions. Which is not the evidence that genuine confidence requires. The genuine evidence requires the genuine encounter. The cold water. The physical effort sustained past the comfortable stopping point. The difficult conversation had with the specific emotional exposure that genuine honesty requires. The intellectual engagement with the idea that genuinely challenges the existing framework. The relational vulnerability that genuine intimacy requires. From these encounters, regular, deliberate, honestly demanding, genuine confidence is built. The specific, unshakable quality of someone who knows, from the inside, what they are actually made of. Genuine wisdom. The person who has met genuine difficulty genuinely, not managed it away, not avoided it, not waited for the conditions to be more comfortable, has access to a specific quality of understanding that the person who has only operated in comfortable conditions does not have. They understand what difficulty actually requires. Not in the abstract sense. In the direct, experiential, embodied sense of someone who has been through the specific territory and has developed, through the going through, the specific understanding of what the going through produces. This is genuine wisdom. Not the intellectual understanding of what wisdom would look like in difficult conditions. The genuine, embodied, directly available understanding of what difficult conditions are actually like and what meeting them genuinely actually requires. Genuine self-knowledge. Perhaps the most fundamental thing that the practice of refusing to be soft builds is the specific, honest, accurate knowledge of the self. The genuine self-knowledge that is only available through the genuine encounter with the conditions that reveal what the self is actually capable of. The comfortable life produces comfortable self-knowledge. The knowledge of what the self can do in comfortable conditions. With adequate preparation. Without genuine pressure. With the specific management of circumstances that the comfortable life makes perpetually available. This is not sufficient self-knowledge for the person who wants to live genuinely. Who wants to inhabit the full range of what genuine life makes available. Who wants to meet the inevitable genuine difficulties of a genuine human life with the specific interior resources that only the genuine encounter with genuine difficulty builds. The genuine self-knowledge that refusing to be soft builds is the specific, accurate, evidence-based knowledge of what the self is actually made of. In the cold. In the physical effort sustained past the comfortable stopping point. In the difficult conversation. In the genuine emotional engagement with the difficult material. In the intellectual challenge that pushes genuinely past the comfortable familiar. This is the self-knowledge that Connor found on the bank of the river. Shaking from the cold. With the specific, completely direct, completely honest knowledge of what the decade of comfort had produced and what it had failed to produce. And with the specific, completely practical, immediately actionable knowledge of what the year ahead needed to contain. What the non-soft life looks like, and what it does not. The non-soft life is not the life of permanent suffering. It is not the life of gratuitous self-punishment or the performative rejection of all comfort. It is not the life of someone who has confused the practice of voluntary discomfort with the worship of suffering. The Stoics were clear about this. Seneca, who practiced voluntary poverty days, lived otherwise in significant material comfort and did not consider this hypocrisy. Marcus Aurelius, who wrote about the demanding choice of the morning, also valued genuine rest and understood its place in the sustainable practice of genuine character development. The non-soft life is not the life without comfort. It is the life where comfort is genuinely chosen rather than automatically defaulted to. Where difficulty is genuinely engaged with rather than systematically managed away. Where the relationship with challenge is the relationship of someone who understands what genuine challenge builds and who therefore maintains a regular, deliberate, philosophically grounded engagement with it rather than the perpetual management toward the comfortable that softness produces. It is the life where the cold shower is taken because the taking of it is a practice, a specific, daily, small, immediately available practice of refusing the comfortable default in favor of the demanding alternative. Where the workout is extended past the comfortable stopping point because the extending is the practice. Where the difficult conversation is had because the having of it is the practice. Where the intellectual challenge is engaged because the engagement is the practice. And interspersed with all of this genuine challenge is genuine rest. Genuine comfort. The specific enjoyment of the comfortable that is genuinely enjoyed because it is genuinely chosen rather than automatically defaulted to. Because the person who has regularly encountered genuine difficulty knows the specific quality of genuine rest in a way that the person who has never pushed past the comfortable stopping point cannot know. This is the non-soft life. Not the life without comfort. The life where both the challenge and the rest are genuinely chosen. Where the character that the challenge builds makes the rest more genuinely available because the person receiving the rest is the person whose character has been built to receive it rather than the person whose softness has made the rest the primary ambient condition. Connor went back to the river the following year. He descended the same difficult section with the specific, practiced, confident engagement of someone whose relationship with genuine physical difficulty had been rebuilt through a year of deliberate, graduated challenge. He still felt the specific respect for the river that the previous year had installed with unusual clarity. The river was genuinely demanding and genuinely indifferent and genuinely capable of being more than he could handle. But he had rebuilt the specific interior resource, the practiced, evidence-based knowledge of his own genuine capacity under genuine pressure, that made the engagement genuinely available rather than marginally possible. He was not soft. He had refused to be. Daily. In the small, unglamorous, completely unremarkable practices that the daily refusal of the comfortable default in favor of the demanding alternative produces over the course of a year. This is the practice. And this is what the practice builds. Subscribe to Stoic Ascension right now. Turn on your notifications. Every single video on this channel is built for exactly this depth of honest philosophical engagement and this quality of practically applicable instruction. The kind that produces not the performance of hardness but the genuine interior quality that only the regular, deliberate, philosophically grounded engagement with genuine challenge builds. What comes after this builds directly on everything you just heard. Every video goes deeper. Every video takes the practice further into the complete understanding of what genuinely refusing to be soft actually requires and what it actually produces in the person who takes the practice seriously. Connor sat on the bank of the river, shaking, and understood what 10 years of comfort had been gradually taking, and what 1 year of deliberate engagement with genuine challenge would build. He went back to the river. The river did not care. But Connor did. And the caring, expressed in the daily, specific, unglamorous practice of choosing the more demanding option rather than the more comfortable one, built something that the decade of comfort had not been able to maintain. The specific, genuine, tested, directly available interior resource of someone who is not soft. Who has refused to be. Who refuses again tomorrow. And the day after. Not dramatically. Specifically. In the next available moment where the comfortable option and the demanding one are both present. Choose the demanding one. That is where it is built. Begin. Stop fooling yourself. He had been telling himself the same story for 19 years. Not a dramatic story. Not a story that anyone around him would have identified as a story at all. From the outside, from the perspective of the colleagues and the family members and the friends who knew him with the specific, comfortable, surface-level knowledge that most relationships provide, he appeared to be a person who had examined himself with reasonable honesty and who had arrived at a reasonable understanding of who he was and why he made the choices he made and what the specific shape of his life represented. From the inside, the story was different. From the inside, from the specific, private, genuinely honest perspective that 19 years of telling the same story to himself had made increasingly difficult to access, something else was present. Something that the story was specifically, expertly, continuously designed to prevent from being seen clearly. His name was Michael. He was 52 years old. He was a physician. He had been trained, across more than a decade of medical education and subsequent clinical practice, in the specific discipline of diagnostic precision. Of seeing clearly what was actually present rather than what the patient's preferred account of their symptoms suggested was present. Of applying rigorous, evidence-based scrutiny to the gap between the story being told and the reality being examined. He was one of the most skilled diagnosticians in his department. He could see through his patient's stories with the practiced, compassionate, unflinching accuracy that the best diagnostic medicine requires. He could not see through his own. The story he had been telling himself for 19 years was about why he had stayed in a marriage that had stopped being genuinely alive within its first few years. The story had multiple versions, it had been refined and elaborated and improved upon across 19 years of continuous application, but its essential structure remained consistent throughout all of the versions. He was staying because of the children. Because of the genuine love that had been real at the beginning and that he believed, in its changed form, was still real. Because marriage was genuinely difficult and the difficulty was not evidence of failure. Because the alternative was disruption of a specific, stable, functioning domestic reality that served important purposes for multiple people. All of these reasons were real. All of them contained genuine truth. None of them, examined with the specific diagnostic honesty that he applied to his patients but had never genuinely applied to himself, were the primary reason. The primary reason, the one that the story had been specifically built to keep from having to be seen, was simpler and more uncomfortable and less narratively flattering than any of the story's official versions. He was afraid. Not of the divorce. Not of the specific legal and financial and social consequences of the marriage ending. He was afraid of the specific, devastating question that the ending of the marriage would require him to answer honestly, if not this, then what? If not the story that the marriage and the children and the specific domestic reality had been providing, the specific, externally comprehensible, socially approvable account of what his life was and what it meant, then what was the honest account? He did not know. He had not allowed himself to genuinely ask. Because genuinely asking would have required the genuine stopping of the story. The specific, honest, diagnostically rigorous examination of his own life with the same unflinching precision he applied to his patients. And that examination would have revealed things that the story had been specifically built to prevent from having to be seen. That the marriage had been, for many years, less about genuine love and more about the specific, comfortable, externally comprehensible structure that the marriage provided. That the children, genuinely loved, genuinely his primary concern in the genuine ways that genuine parental love produces, had been, in the specific calculus of why to stay, partially instruments of the avoidance rather than purely its beneficiaries. That the physician who was so skilled at seeing his patients clearly had been, in the domain of his own interior life, systematically, expertly, genuinely successfully fooling himself for 19 years. This recognition came not through any single dramatic event. Through a conversation with a patient that he would later describe as the most important conversation of his professional life for reasons that had nothing to do with medicine. The patient was in her late 60s. She had a serious diagnosis. She was going to have to make some difficult choices about treatment. And she came to him not with the denial that many patients bring to difficult diagnoses but with a specific, disarming, completely honest directness that he was not prepared for. She said, "I spent 40 years telling myself stories about what I was doing and why. And now that I genuinely might not have 40 more, I'm finding that the stories feel very thin. I'd like to know, from someone who looks at reality as clearly as you look at mine, how do you stop doing that to yourself?" He sat with the question for a moment in the way that physicians learn to sit with patients' questions, with the specific, practiced, professionally appropriate quality of genuine consideration. And then something happened that had not happened in the 19 years of the story. He heard himself answering her question and understood, with the specific, complete, unambiguous clarity of a genuinely precise diagnostician encountering a genuinely clear finding, that he was describing his own condition. Everything he said to her, about the human mind's extraordinary capacity for self-deception, about the specific mechanisms through which people build and maintain stories that protect them from the genuinely uncomfortable truths that honest self-examination would reveal, about the specific cost of this self-deception across the span of a life, about the specific practices that genuine self-honesty requires. All of it landed, as he was saying it, on himself. He went home that evening and sat alone for a very long time. And for the first time in 19 years, he stopped telling himself the story. Not because stopping was comfortable. It was the most uncomfortable thing he had done in 19 years. Because the story stopping was the most honest thing available in that specific moment. And he was, whatever his specific limitations in the domain of self-examination had been, a person who valued honesty with the specific seriousness that 20 years of diagnostic medicine had built in him. He read the Stoics that night. Not for the first time, he had read them in medical school as part of an ethics elective and had found them intellectually interesting in the way that intelligent people in comfortable enough situations find philosophically demanding ideas intellectually interesting without allowing the ideas to actually demand anything. This time was different. This time he was reading them as the patient. As the person who needed the diagnosis rather than the person delivering it. And what the Stoics delivered, with the specific directness of 2,000 years of philosophical urgency about exactly this question, was a diagnosis. A complete, philosophically precise, completely accurate diagnosis of the specific condition he had been living in for 19 years. He had been fooling himself. Not through any single, dramatic act of self-deception. Through the continuous, daily, expertly maintained construction and maintenance of the story. The story that was comfortable and externally approvable and that protected him from the specific genuine truths that honest self-examination would have required him to live differently in response to. The Stoics called this condition by different names in different texts. But the substance was consistent. They called it the failure of genuine self-knowledge. The confusion between the comfortable account and the honest one. The specific, sophisticated, completely human tendency to use the remarkable intelligence of the human mind in the service of not seeing what the human mind would find genuinely uncomfortable to see. And they built their entire philosophical practice around the specific disciplines that genuinely address this condition. Around the daily, demanding, never-finished work of seeing yourself clearly. Of examining the story with the specific, ruthless, compassionate precision that the most honest available account of your own life requires. This is what we are exploring today. Completely. With the philosophical depth and the practical honesty and the genuine urgency that Michael's 19 years of successfully fooling himself makes clear it deserves. This is Stoic Ascension. Subscribe to this channel right now and turn on your notifications because every single video here is built for exactly this depth of honest examination. The kind that most people find genuinely uncomfortable because it requires looking at themselves with a precision that the comfortable story is specifically designed to make unnecessary. What comes after this builds directly on everything you are about to hear. Do not miss what is coming. What self-deception actually is, the philosophical precision that the examination requires. Self-deception is not lying. The person who deceives themselves is not doing what the person who lies to others is doing. They are doing something considerably more sophisticated and considerably more consequential. The liar knows the truth. They are choosing, deliberately and consciously, to present something other than the truth to an external audience. The lie is performed with full knowledge of what the truth is. The person who fools themselves does not know the truth. Or more precisely, and this precision is essential, they have arranged their interior so that the truth is not available to the part of the mind that would have to live with it. The self-deception is not the conscious choice to misrepresent. It is the specific, continuous, largely unconscious construction of a cognitive and narrative architecture that keeps the genuinely honest account from having to be genuinely encountered. This is why self-deception is so much harder to address than lying. The liar knows what they are doing and could, in principle, choose to stop. The person who fools themselves does not know, in any fully accessible sense, what they are doing. The self-deception operates below the level of conscious awareness. The story feels true. The narrative feels honest. The comfortable account of why you are who you are and why you do what you do feels like the genuine account rather than the story that has been built to substitute for it. This is the specific condition that Epictetus addressed when he wrote that the first and most necessary step in philosophy is to know that you do not know. Not the Socratic humility about intellectual knowledge, though that is part of it. The specific, uncomfortable, genuinely demanding recognition that the comfortable account of your own interior is almost certainly not the most accurate available account. That the story you have been telling about yourself is almost certainly, in specific and consequential ways, a story rather than a genuinely honest examination. And that the gap between the story and the honest account is where everything the Stoic practice is designed to address actually lies. Marcus Aurelius wrote about this gap with the specific, private urgency of someone who was genuinely trying to address it in himself rather than merely analyzing it in others. His journals are the most direct available record of what a person of genuine philosophical seriousness actually encounters when they attempt the honest self-examination that genuine philosophy requires. He found things he did not want to find. The capacity for anger that the wise emperor was not supposed to have. The vanity that the humble philosopher was not supposed to exhibit. The fear that the courageous leader was not supposed to feel. The pettiness, the impatience, the specific human limitations that the imperial role and the Stoic philosophy both suggested should have been absent. He wrote about these things with the specific, unflinching honesty of someone who had decided, genuinely decided, at significant psychological cost, to see himself clearly rather than comfortably. Who had decided that the honest account, however uncomfortable, served him better than the comfortable story, however pleasant. This decision, the specific, repeated, daily renewed decision to see clearly rather than comfortably, is the entire practical content of the Stoic practice of genuine self-examination. And it is the decision that Michael had not been able to make for 19 years. Until the patient in her late 60s asked the question that made making it unavoidable. The specific mechanisms of self-deception, how the fooling actually works. Understanding how self-deception actually operates is essential for genuinely addressing it. Because the specific mechanisms that produce it are both sophisticated and largely invisible from inside them. The person who understands the mechanisms has something that the person who only knows self-deception is a problem does not have, the specific map of where to look and what to look for. The mechanism of motivated reasoning. The most fundamental mechanism of self-deception is the specific cognitive process that psychologists call motivated reasoning. The specific pattern of using intelligence not to arrive at the most accurate available conclusion but to arrive at the conclusion that is most consistent with what the person already wants to believe or most protective of what the person most needs to avoid seeing. Motivated reasoning is not identifiable from inside it. It feels, from the inside, exactly like genuine reasoning. The specific cognitive experience of motivated reasoning is the experience of following the evidence wherever it leads. Of genuinely, honestly, rigorously examining the available information and arriving at the conclusion that the evidence most strongly supports. But the evidence being examined has been pre-selected. The questions being asked have been pre-framed in ways that guide the conclusion. The standards of proof being applied are asymmetric, demanding more evidence for the uncomfortable conclusion than for the comfortable one. And the result is the specific, sophisticated, completely convincing, to the person engaged in it, construction of what appears to be honest reasoning but is actually the systematic production of the conclusion that was preferred before the reasoning began. Michael did this for 19 years with extraordinary skill. He reasoned about his marriage. He examined the evidence. He considered the alternatives. He weighed the costs and benefits. And he arrived, consistently and reliably and with genuinely impressive sophistication, at the conclusion that staying was the most defensible option. Because the reasoning was motivated. The questions he was asking were not the most honest available questions. The evidence he was examining was not the most complete available evidence. The standards he was applying to the conclusion that staying was right were considerably more generous than the standards he was applying to the conclusion that leaving might be right. He was reasoning toward the conclusion he needed rather than from the evidence toward the most accurate conclusion. And the reasoning was sophisticated enough that it produced a product, the story, that was genuinely convincing to him and to everyone around him. This is motivated reasoning. And naming it precisely is the beginning of being able to genuinely identify it in yourself. The mechanism of selective attention. The self-deceiving person does not examine all of the available evidence. They examine the evidence that is consistent with the comfortable story and apply insufficient attention to the evidence that is inconsistent with it. This selective attention is not conscious. The person engaging in it does not say to themselves, "I will attend to this evidence and ignore that evidence because this evidence supports the comfortable story and that evidence challenges it." The selective attention operates automatically, below the level of conscious choice, through the specific psychological mechanism that makes things that are consistent with existing beliefs more visible and more memorable and more heavily weighted than things that are inconsistent with them. The evidence that challenged Michael's story was available. It was present in his experience. It was there to be seen. But the specific, automatic operation of selective attention consistently directed his awareness away from it and toward the evidence that the story could accommodate. The moments of genuine connection in the marriage were noticed and remembered and weighted heavily. The specific quality of the genuine feeling for his children was attended to with care. The specific evidence that staying was the responsible choice was gathered and organized and presented to the conscious mind in its most compelling form. The moments that told a different story, the specific texture of the domestic reality that the story was describing as genuine love, the specific quality of his interior engagement with the life the marriage was producing, the specific evidence that the story's official account was not the most accurate account, these were present. But the selective attention consistently, automatically, expertly redirected awareness from them before they could be fully received. The mechanism of narrative coherence. The human mind does not process experience as a collection of discrete facts. It processes experience as narrative. As stories with coherent structures, with identifiable causes and recognizable patterns and the specific logical inevitability that makes a story feel like an account of what is real rather than a construction. And the specific cognitive need for narrative coherence, the mind's specific requirement that the story hold together, that the pieces fit, that the account makes sense as a comprehensible whole, is one of the most powerful mechanisms through which self-deception is maintained. Because the coherent story, once established, is protected by the mind's own narrative architecture. New evidence that is inconsistent with the story is not simply examined on its merits. It is processed through the story's established structure. It is fit into the story if fitting is possible. It is reinterpreted in ways that make it consistent with the story if direct fitting is not possible. And it is discounted or dismissed or ignored if neither fitting nor reinterpretation can make it consistent. The story protects itself. Not through any conscious act of the person maintaining it. Through the specific, automatic operation of the mind's need for narrative coherence. The story that has been established as the account of reality actively resists the introduction of evidence that would require it to be genuinely revised. Michael's story had the specific, sophisticated narrative coherence of 19 years of refinement. Every piece of it fit with every other piece. The account of the marriage, the account of his responsibilities, the account of what love requires and what genuine commitment means and what the right choices look like in genuinely complex domestic situations, all of it fit together into a narrative that was internally consistent and that actively organized his experience of new evidence in ways that maintained its consistency. Until the patient in her late 60s asked the question that the narrative's coherence could not accommodate. The mechanism of social reinforcement. The self-deceiving person rarely maintains their story entirely in private. The story is told to others. Is reflected back by others who accept it. Is embedded in a social reality that has organized itself around the story's account of the person and has, through its organization around the story, become a source of continuous reinforcement of the story's validity. The people around Michael knew the story. Had heard its various versions. Had organized their understanding of him around its account. And their consistent, unquestioning acceptance of the story as the accurate account of his life was itself, continuously and powerfully, evidence for the story's accuracy. When everyone around you accepts the story, when the social reality in which you are embedded has organized itself around the story's account of who you are and why you do what you do, the story feels not just comfortable but objectively true. Questioning it feels not like genuine self-examination but like the specific, perverse, unreasonable refusal to accept what everyone around you plainly sees as the obvious and accurate account. The social reinforcement of self-deception is one of its most powerful maintaining mechanisms. And the genuinely honest self-examination that the Stoic practice requires is correspondingly difficult to achieve when the social environment is consistently reinforcing the comfortable story. The mechanism of identity protection. Perhaps the deepest mechanism of self-deception is the specific, powerful connection between the comfortable story and the person's sense of who they are. The story does not just describe the person's choices. It describes the person. It is the specific account of the self that makes the self comprehensible and coherent and approvable, both to the self and to the social environment. When the story is challenged, when the honest examination that genuine self-examination requires begins to reveal the gap between the story and the most accurate available account, the challenge feels not like an examination of a belief but like an attack on the self. Like the specific, existential threat of the self being revealed as something other and less than the story has been describing. This is why genuine self-examination is genuinely difficult. Not because the honest account is unavailable. Because accessing the honest account requires the specific, courageous willingness to encounter the self without the protection of the comfortable story. To see what is actually there without the story's interpretation of it. To be, for the specific duration of genuine self-examination, the patient rather than the physician. This is what Michael had not been able to do for 19 years. Not because he was dishonest. Because the story had become so thoroughly integrated with his sense of who he was that examining it genuinely felt like examining himself out of existence rather than examining himself toward a more accurate account. What self-deception costs, the complete and honest accounting. The costs of fooling yourself are specific and real and accumulate in ways that the story is specifically designed to prevent from being seen. The complete and honest accounting of them is among the most genuinely motivating things available to the person who is still in the middle of paying them. The cost of the unlived life. The self-deception is always, at some level, about something. About the choice that the honest account would require. About the direction that the genuine examination would reveal as the genuine one. About the truth that the story is specifically protecting against having to be lived in response to. And the cost of the self-deception is the specific, accumulating, genuinely irreversible cost of not living in response to the honest account. Of living, instead, in the specific, comfortable, socially approvable territory of the story. Which is never quite real. Never quite genuinely inhabited. Never quite the life that the honest examination would reveal as the one most genuinely yours. Michael spent 19 years living in the story rather than in the honest account. And the specific quality of those years, the specific texture of the life that the story produced rather than the honest account, was the cost. Not measured in dramatic events or visible suffering. In the specific, daily, entirely unremarkable quality of a life that is being lived in the slightly artificial, slightly managed, slightly protected territory of the comfortable story rather than in the specific, real, genuinely inhabited territory of the honest account. The cost of genuine self-knowledge. The person who is fooling themselves does not know themselves. Not in any genuine, complete, genuinely useful sense. They know the story. They know the comfortable account. But the genuine self, the one who exists beneath the story's interpretation of them, the one who has the genuine fears and the genuine desires and the genuine assessment of what their actual life actually contains and what they actually want it to contain, this self is not known. And the person who does not genuinely know themselves cannot make genuinely good decisions about their life. Cannot align their actual choices with their actual values because the actual values are not fully accessible beneath the story's management of them. Cannot engage genuinely with the people they love because the self engaging with them is partially the story's version rather than the genuine one. Cannot pursue what they genuinely want because what they genuinely want is not fully accessible beneath the story's substitution for it. Michael was a physician who could not diagnose himself. A person trained in clarity who could not see clearly. A person capable of genuine wisdom about other people's lives who could not access genuine wisdom about his own. This is the cost of self-deception in the domain of genuine self-knowledge. The specific, consequential, daily operating absence of the most fundamental resource available for living genuinely well. The cost of genuine relationships. Every significant relationship in the life of the self-deceiving person is, to some degree, a relationship with the story rather than with the genuine self. The people in their lives are relating to the account that the story provides of the person rather than to the person beneath the account. This is not the other people's failure. They are doing what everyone does, engaging with what is presented. The self-deceiving person is presenting the story. And the relationships that organize themselves around the story's account of the person are, to the degree that the story departs from the genuine account, genuinely false. Not dishonest in the conventional sense. But not genuinely real in the specific sense that the genuine self presenting genuinely to a genuine other would produce. Michael's significant relationships, including and especially the marriage that the story had been built to explain and justify, were organized around the story's version of him. Which meant that the specific, genuine quality of being genuinely known by another person was not available to him. Not because the people in his life did not care. Because he had not given them genuine access to what was actually there beneath the story. The cost of genuine integrity. The self-deceiving person lives in the specific, chronic, mostly below the surface tension of the gap between the story and the honest account. Between who they are presenting themselves to be and who the honest examination would reveal them to be. This tension is not dramatic. Most of the time it operates below the level of conscious awareness, managed by the same story that produced it. But it is present. It contributes to the specific quality of interior unease that the comfortable story is specifically designed to manage but never quite succeeds in eliminating. The specific sense of something being slightly off without the ability to identify precisely what it is. The specific quality of the life being slightly less real than it should be without the ability to locate the unreality precisely. This is the cost of the gap between the story and the honest account in the domain of genuine integrity. The specific, ongoing, chronic interior toll of living in the story rather than in the honest examination. The Stoic practices of genuine self-examination, what they require and what they produce. The Stoic philosophical tradition built the most sophisticated and the most practically applicable system available for genuine self-examination. For the specific, daily, regularly maintained practice of seeing yourself clearly rather than comfortably. Of examining the story with the ruthless, compassionate, honest precision that the most accurate available account requires. The practice of the evening examination. The Stoics developed the practice of evening self-examination as the foundational daily discipline of genuine self-knowledge. Not the comfortable, retrospective confirmation of the day's story. The specific, honest, rigorous examination of the day's actual choices against the standard of the genuine values. Seneca described this practice with the specific, practical detail of someone who engaged in it genuinely. He wrote about sitting with himself at the end of each day and examining, with the specific, patient, prosecutorial honesty of someone who is genuinely trying to see what is actually there, what the day had actually contained. Not what the story would say it contained. What it actually, genuinely, honestly contained. Where had the choices been genuinely aligned with the genuine values? And where had they been aligned with the story's version of the values rather than the honest account? Where had the behavior expressed what was genuinely there? And where had it expressed the performance of what the story required to be expressed? These questions, asked with the specific honesty that the Stoic practice requires, produce answers that the story would not produce. They reveal, with the specific clarity of genuinely honest examination, the specific places where the story and the honest account diverge. Where the self-deception is operating. Where the comfortable account is substituting for the genuine one. This is not comfortable. Michael found this out in the first genuine engagement with this practice, the specific, difficult, enormously productive discomfort of sitting with himself without the story's interpretation of what he found. What he found was uncomfortable. Genuinely so. The specific, honest account of 19 years revealed things that the story had been successfully protecting him from having to see. But it also revealed something the story could never have produced. The specific, genuine, completely real self that had been present beneath the story all along. Waiting for the honest examination that would finally make it fully visible. The practice of the disconfirmation question. One of the most powerful specific practices available for interrupting the motivated reasoning and the selective attention that self-deception depends on is the deliberate, regularly maintained practice of asking the disconfirmation question. The specific, deliberately uncomfortable question, what would have to be true for my comfortable account of this to be wrong? Not what might make the comfortable account less comfortable, the motivated reasoning already manages this question toward the safe territory. The genuine disconfirmation question, what evidence, if it existed and I were genuinely open to seeing it, would require me to revise the comfortable account fundamentally? This question is genuinely difficult to ask honestly. Because the motivated reasoning that maintains the self-deception is specifically good at converting this question into a safe version of itself. At producing answers to the disconfirmation question that the existing evidence does not support and can therefore be safely dismissed. The genuine practice requires the specific, patient, honest willingness to receive the genuinely disconfirming answer. To actually look for the evidence that would challenge the comfortable account rather than only appearing to look while actually looking for the evidence that it does not exist. Michael had never asked himself the genuine disconfirmation question about his marriage. Not once in 19 years. Had asked versions of it that the motivated reasoning had successfully managed. Had never asked the version that required genuinely receiving the answer rather than reaching for the safe response. The patient asked it for him. Or rather, the patient's question created the conditions in which he finally asked it of himself. And the genuine disconfirmation question, asked with the genuine willingness to receive the genuinely disconfirming answer, produced what the 19 years of the comfortable story had been successfully preventing. The genuine account. The practice of the trusted honest examiner. One of the most powerful resources available for genuine self-examination is the specific relationship with another person who is both trusted enough to receive genuine honesty and honest enough to reflect genuine honesty back. The Stoics valued this relationship. They called it philosophical friendship. Not the comfortable friendship of people who confirm each other's stories. The specific, demanding, genuinely valuable relationship of people who are genuinely committed to each other's genuine self-knowledge and who are therefore willing to offer the specific, honest, uncomfortable reflection that genuine self-knowledge sometimes requires from outside the self that is doing the examining. This is not the relationship of the person who tells you what you want to hear. It is the specific, rare, genuinely valuable relationship of the person who tells you what the honest account requires. Who will not accommodate the comfortable story at the expense of the genuine examination. Who cares enough about your genuine well-being to offer the honest reflection even when the honest reflection is genuinely uncomfortable. Michael did not have this relationship. He had comfortable friendships and professional relationships and the specific, manageable social connections of a person whose story had been sufficiently polished to be uniformly accepted. He did not have the specific, trusted, genuinely honest relationship that would have asked, years earlier, the question that required the 19-year story to be examined with the honesty it had successfully avoided. Building this relationship, seeking out and genuinely investing in the specific relationship with someone capable of and willing to provide genuine honest reflection, is one of the most valuable practices available for the person who genuinely wants to stop fooling themselves. The practice of the identity-separated examination. One of the reasons genuine self-examination is so difficult is the specific connection between the story and the identity. The story is not just what the person believes, it is who the person is, in the specific sense that identity is constructed. And examining the story feels like examining the self out of existence rather than examining the self toward a more accurate account. The practice of identity-separated examination is the specific, deliberately maintained practice of temporarily separating the examination from the identity. Of treating the story as an object of examination rather than as the identity of the examiner. This is the specific stance that Michael took toward his patients. The patient's account of their symptoms was not their identity. It was information, potentially accurate, potentially distorted, requiring examination rather than acceptance. The clinical stance treated the story as data to be examined rather than as reality to be confirmed. The practice of genuine self-examination requires applying this same stance to your own account. Treating your own story about yourself as information to be examined rather than as the identity of the person doing the examining. Creating, through the deliberate practice of this stance, enough distance between the story and the self that the story can be genuinely examined without the examination feeling like the self's destruction. This is the hardest practice available in the complete system of genuine self-examination. Because the specific, automatic connection between the story and the identity is the most powerful maintaining mechanism of self-deception. Breaking it, even temporarily, even for the specific, deliberate, regularly maintained periods of genuine examination, requires the specific, practiced, philosophical courage of someone who understands that the genuine self is more than the story's account of it. That the honest examination, however uncomfortable, does not destroy the self. It reveals it. The practice of the written examination. Writing is one of the most powerful available tools for genuine self-examination. Not the writing of the story, the journal entry that describes the day in terms that confirm the comfortable account. The specific writing practice of the Stoics, the deliberate, honest, uncomfortably precise engagement with the gap between the story and the genuine examination. Marcus Aurelius wrote to himself. Not for an audience. Not for posterity, he could not have known that his private journals would survive 2,000 years and become one of the most widely read philosophical texts available. He wrote for himself. As the specific, daily practice of holding himself to the honest account rather than the comfortable story. The writing practice that the Stoic tradition implies is the specific, regularly maintained practice of writing the honest version of the story you have been telling. Not the polished, externally approvable account. The uncomfortable, incomplete, genuinely honest first draft of what is actually there. What is the genuinely honest account of this relationship? This choice. This pattern that the comfortable story explains as something other than what the honest examination would name it as. The writing does something that the internal examination sometimes cannot do alone. It makes the story visible as an object rather than only available as the ambient condition of the interior. It allows the gap between the story and the honest account to be seen rather than only felt. It provides the specific, legible, directly accessible record of what the examination is finding that the purely internal examination cannot provide. Michael read the Stoics and then wrote. For the first time in 19 years, he wrote the honest version of the story. Not the complete, final, fully examined version. The first draft of the honest account. The specific, uncomfortable, genuinely real beginning of the genuine examination. It was, he said later, the most difficult writing he had ever done. And the most important. The practice of the genuine question. The most immediately available practice of genuine self-examination is the specific, deliberately asked, genuinely received question. Not the rhetorical question that the comfortable story has already answered. The specific, uncomfortably open, genuinely honest question that is asked with the genuine willingness to receive the answer that honest examination produces rather than the answer the comfortable story prefers. What am I actually afraid of here? Not what the story says I am afraid of. What is the actual, honest, below the story fear that the story is specifically built to protect against having to acknowledge? What do I actually want? Not what the story says I want. What is the actual, honest, below the story desire that the story's account of my choices has been substituting its own version of? What is the honest account of this pattern? Not what the story says this pattern represents. What does the honest, rigorous, diagnostically precise examination of this pattern reveal about what it actually is and where it actually comes from? These questions, asked with the genuine honesty that the Stoic practice requires, produce the specific, uncomfortable, completely real answers that the story has been successfully preventing from having to be received. They are the beginning of stopping fooling yourself. They are available now. In this specific moment. With the specific, honest, genuinely examining attention that they deserve. What becomes available when you stop fooling yourself? The genuine transformation. Michael's life after the genuine examination was genuinely different from the life of the 19-year story. Not immediately comfortable. Not without the specific, real, sometimes genuinely painful consequences of the honest account requiring things that the story had been protecting against. The marriage ended. Not easily. Not without genuine cost to multiple genuine people for whom the ending had genuine consequences. The specific complexity of what genuine honesty requires when it arrives late in a long story is real and consequential and not to be minimized. But it ended honestly. In the specific, real, genuinely inhabited way that the honest account makes possible rather than the continued management of the story makes necessary. And what came after it? The specific quality of the life that the honest examination produced, the specific relationships that became possible when the genuine self was available to inhabit them, the specific quality of the work that became possible when the interior energy that the story had been consuming was available for genuine engagement, was different in the specific, real, completely genuine way that the honest account of a life produces. He knew himself. For the first time in 19 years, the self that was present in his experience was the genuine one rather than the story's version. The fears were genuinely his. The desires were genuinely his. The values were genuinely his rather than the story's account of his values. The choices that came from this genuine self were different in quality, more real, more genuinely aligned with the actual values rather than the story's version, more genuinely his in the specific sense that only genuinely honest examination of the genuine self produces. He was no longer fooling himself. Not because the examination was finished. The examination is never finished. The Stoic practice of genuine self-examination is not a project with a completion date. It is a daily, ongoing, never-finished practice of returning to the honest account rather than the comfortable story. Of maintaining, against the continuous pressure of the specific mechanisms that produce self-deception, the specific, deliberate, philosophically grounded commitment to seeing clearly rather than comfortably. But the practice was real. The examination was genuine. And the life that the genuine examination was producing was, in every dimension that actually mattered, more genuinely his than the 19 years of the story had been. This is what becomes available when you stop fooling yourself. Not the comfortable life. The genuine one. Not the easy life. The real one. Not the life that the story has been producing. The life that the honest examination reveals as genuinely possible for the genuinely known, genuinely inhabited self that exists beneath the story. That self is available to you. Right now. In the genuinely honest examination of the genuinely honest account of the genuinely real life you are actually living rather than the specific, comfortable, socially approvable story you have been telling about it. The examination begins with the genuinely honest question. Not the comfortable version of the question. The genuinely honest one. The one that the story has been successfully preventing from being asked. Ask it. Subscribe to Stoic Ascension right now. Turn on your notifications. Every single video on this channel is built for exactly this depth of honest philosophical examination and this quality of practically applicable engagement. The kind that names what most people are doing without knowing they are doing it, and that provides the specific philosophical grounding and the specific daily practices that genuinely address what is being named. What comes after this builds directly on everything you just heard. Every video goes deeper. Every video takes the practice further into the complete work of genuinely seeing yourself clearly. Michael told himself the same story for 19 years. And it almost worked. Until the patient in her late 60s asked the question that made continuing to tell it impossible. You do not have to wait for that question from outside. You can ask it yourself. Now. With the specific, honest, genuinely examining attention that 19 years of successfully fooling yourself makes clear it deserves. Stop telling the story. Start the examination. The genuine self that has been present beneath the story all along is waiting for you to finally look at it clearly. Look. Nobody is coming, do it alone. She waited for someone to notice for 7 years. Not passively. She was not the kind of person who sits in silence hoping to be discovered. She was competent, visible, professionally active, socially present. She attended the meetings. She submitted the work. She expressed, in the appropriate professional contexts and with the appropriate professional vocabulary, the specific ambitions and aspirations that the professional environment considered legitimate to express. She waited for the recognition that the competence and the visibility and the professional activity were supposed to generate. The mentor who would see what she was capable of and choose to champion it. The opportunity that would arrive once the right person noticed the right thing at the right moment. The specific convergence of external acknowledgement and external support and external validation that would finally make the next thing possible in the way that the current thing, however genuinely accomplished, somehow had not yet made it possible. Her name was Amara. She was 41 years old. She had spent 7 years in an organization that she was, by every honest assessment she was capable of making, more capable than. Where her contributions were genuine and acknowledged in the specific, mild, unmemorable way that genuine contributions in large organizations are acknowledged when they do not threaten anyone and do not challenge anything and do not require anyone to do the specific, costly, relationship-risking work of genuinely championing someone whose advancement would require displacing someone else. She had been waiting for someone to do that work. To see her clearly enough and care enough and have enough influence and be willing to spend enough political capital to bring her where her capacity genuinely belonged. Nobody came. Not because she was in an organization of bad people. The people were not bad. Some of them were genuinely good. Some of them had genuine regard for her and genuine appreciation for her contributions. Some of them had, at specific moments in the 7 years, said specific things that had suggested the championship might be coming, the opportunity might be arriving, the specific convergence of external acknowledgement and support that she had been waiting for might finally be assembling itself. None of them came through. Not from malice. From the specific, entirely ordinary, completely human pattern of people who are primarily occupied with their own advancement and their own challenges and their own specific version of exactly the waiting that Amara was doing, waiting for someone to see them and champion them and bring them where their own capacity belonged, to also do the specific, costly, attention-consuming work of genuinely advancing someone else. She understood this one morning, sitting at her desk before anyone else had arrived, with the specific, unmanageable clarity of a recognition that has been approaching for a long time and that has finally arrived in a form that cannot be accommodated by any further version of the story that made the waiting feel like reasonable strategy. Nobody was coming. Not as a dramatic revelation. As the specific, quiet, completely honest assessment of 7 years of genuine evidence. The pattern was not ambiguous. The evidence was not incomplete. The waiting had produced exactly what waiting produces when what is being waited for is entirely in the hands of other people who have their own priorities and their own limitations and their own entirely reasonable reasons for not being the person who shows up. She sat with this for a long time. Not with self-pity, she was not a person given to self-pity. With the specific, practical, serious quality of attention that someone who has just recognized a fundamental strategic error brings to the question of what to do next. She had been organized around the wrong model. Had been operating in the specific, comfortable, culturally reinforced paradigm that positions external acknowledgement as the prerequisite for genuine advancement. That treats other people's recognition of your capacity as the necessary condition for your capacity to be expressed at its full level. That makes the gap between what you are capable of and what you are currently doing a problem to be solved by the right person noticing rather than by the person with the capacity choosing to express it regardless of whether the right person has noticed. She had been waiting to be given permission. Nobody was coming to give it. That morning, she stopped waiting. Not dramatically. She did not resign. She did not send an email announcing a new philosophy. She made a single, internal, completely private decision that produced no immediate external change and that nonetheless changed everything about how the subsequent years unfolded. She decided that the advancement was hers to produce. That the opportunity was hers to create. That the capacity she had been waiting to have acknowledged was going to be expressed regardless of whether the acknowledgement preceded or followed the expression. That the next thing was not going to happen because the right person noticed. It was going to happen because she built it. She read the Stoics that weekend. Not for the first time, she had encountered them in university and had found them interesting in the way that intelligent people in comfortable enough situations find philosophically demanding ideas interesting before life makes the demands concrete and personal. This time was different. This time she was reading Epictetus and Marcus Aurelius and Seneca with the specific, urgent, entirely practical attention of someone who has just recognized that the model they have been operating under for 7 years was wrong and who needs, with the specific urgency of someone who has spent 7 years on a problem that requires a different approach, to understand what the right model actually is. What she found was not a new strategy for getting other people to recognize and champion her. What she found was something considerably more fundamental and considerably more transformative. The recognition that the entire frame of needing other people to come, to notice, to champion, to validate, to authorize, was itself the problem. Not the specific failure of specific people to show up. The specific, philosophically consequential mistake of treating external authorization as the prerequisite for internal expression. Epictetus, who had operated without any external authorization whatsoever, who had been a slave with no rights and no recognized capacity and no one whose job it was to notice or champion or advance him, had built one of the most significant philosophical contributions in human history. Not because someone came. Because he understood, at the most fundamental level available, that nobody was coming. And that the understanding of this was not a reason for despair but the specific, liberating, completely transformative recognition that everything genuinely worth building had always been available to be built by the person who possessed the capacity and was willing to express it without waiting for permission. She put the book down. She picked up a notepad. She started writing the plan that nobody was going to give her. This is what we are exploring today. Completely. With the philosophical depth and the practical honesty and the genuine urgency that 7 years of waiting, 7 years that most people extend to 30 or 40, makes clear it deserves. This is Stoic Ascension. Subscribe to this channel right now and turn on your notifications because every single video here is built for exactly this depth and this quality of honest philosophical engagement. The kind that names the specific comfortable mistake that most people are making and that provides the specific, practically applicable understanding of what the alternative actually requires. What comes after this builds directly on everything you are about to hear. Do not miss what is coming. Why nobody is coming, the honest philosophical account. This is not pessimism. It is the most accurate available description of the specific structure of reality that the waiting person has been successfully protected from seeing clearly by the story that makes the waiting feel like reasonable strategy. Nobody is coming because everyone else is in exactly the situation you are in. Every person you are waiting to notice you, to champion you, to create the opportunity that your capacity deserves, every single one of them is primarily occupied with their own version of exactly this. With their own advancement and their own challenges and their own waiting for the specific person who will finally see them clearly enough to bring them where they believe they belong. This is not cynicism. This is the honest description of how human attention works. Human attention is primarily self-directed. Not from selfishness in the moral sense, from the specific, entirely natural prioritization that everyone makes when there is more to attend to than there is attention available. You attend first to your own situation, your own development, your own advancement, your own challenges. And then, with what is left, you attend to others. Which means that the amount of attention genuinely available for the specific, effortful, relationship-risking, political capital spending work of genuinely advancing someone else is, in most people's lives, genuinely small. Not because they are bad people. Because they are human people with human limitations on the attention and the energy and the willingness to incur costs in service of someone else's advancement. The Stoics understood this with extraordinary precision. Epictetus taught about the dichotomy of control, the specific philosophical recognition that what is up to you and what is not up to you are fundamentally different categories and must be treated as such. And the recognition that other people's choices about whether to champion you, notice you, create opportunities for you, advance you, all of this is firmly and completely in the category of what is not up to you. You cannot control whether the right person notices. You cannot control whether the mentor shows up. You cannot control whether the organization rewards the capacity it has access to. You cannot control whether the world arranges itself in the specific way that your advancement requires if your advancement is organized around external action rather than internal expression. You can control none of this. And the person who has organized their advancement around things they cannot control has organized themselves into a specific kind of permanent dependency that the Stoics identified as one of the most consequential available philosophical errors. Not because other people's support has no value. It has genuine value. Mentorship is real and important. Recognition is real and motivating. Genuine championship from someone with influence is a genuine accelerant for capacity that deserves acceleration. But it is an accelerant, not the engine. The engine is the person who has the capacity and who has decided to express it regardless of whether the accelerant has arrived. Who has understood that the waiting for the accelerant to appear before starting the engine is the specific mistake that makes the acceleration indefinitely unavailable. Marcus Aurelius understood this from the position of someone who had everything that external support could provide and who nonetheless returned, daily, to the recognition that the governance of his own life and the expression of his own capacity were his responsibility and not anyone else's. Even at the summit of human power, the work was his. The choices were his. The character being built or not built was his. If the most externally supported person in the ancient world understood that nobody was coming to do his work for him, that the work was always and only his to do, the person waiting for someone to come create their opportunity has perhaps misunderstood something fundamental about whose responsibility the expression of their capacity actually is. The specific ways the waiting manifests, naming the pattern precisely. The waiting that Amara engaged in for 7 years is not a single, identifiable behavior. It is a pattern. A cluster of specific, related, mutually reinforcing behaviors and beliefs that organize themselves around the fundamental premise that external authorization or external action or external acknowledgement is the prerequisite for internal expression. Naming the specific manifestations of this pattern is essential for genuinely identifying it in your own life. Because the waiting does not announce itself as waiting. It announces itself as patience, as strategic positioning, as professional wisdom, as the appropriate reading of the conditions for advancement. The comfortable story that makes the waiting feel like reasonable strategy is sophisticated and specific and will resist the straightforward identification of the pattern as avoidance. The waiting for permission. The most fundamental form of the waiting is the specific, deeply embedded belief that some form of external permission is required before the genuine expression of your genuine capacity is legitimate. That the promotion, the credential, the title, the external acknowledgement of your readiness, some specific external authorization, must precede the full expression of what you are actually capable of. This belief is almost universally present in people who are waiting for someone to come. It operates at a level below explicit consciousness. Nobody says to themselves, I am waiting for permission. They say, I need the right opportunity. I need to be in the right position. I need the recognition that will make the full expression of my capacity appropriate. But the structure is identical. The external condition that must be met before the internal expression is legitimate. The specific prerequisite that someone else must provide before the full engagement with what you are capable of becomes available. The Stoics would identify this belief as the specific, philosophical confusion between the controllable and the uncontrollable that produces the specific, chronic, entirely unnecessary limitation of genuine capacity. The permission is on the wrong side of the line. It is not yours to control whether it is given. And organizing your full expression around receiving it is organizing your full expression around something that may never arrive. The waiting for the mentor. The mentor waiting is perhaps the most culturally reinforced form of the pattern. The belief that what you need, before you can advance to where your capacity genuinely belongs, is the specific relationship with a more experienced, more connected, more influential person who will see you clearly and choose to invest genuine effort in your advancement. The mentor is real. Genuine mentorship provides genuine value. The Stoics themselves engaged in mentorship. Seneca mentored Lucilius, Epictetus mentored his students, Marcus Aurelius benefited from philosophical guidance across his life. But the waiting for the mentor, the specific positioning of your full expression as dependent on the arrival of this relationship, is the confusion between the valuable accelerant and the necessary prerequisite. The mentor accelerates what is already moving. The mentor cannot start what has not begun. And the person who is waiting for the mentor before beginning has organized themselves so that the mentor, if they arrive, finds nothing to accelerate. The waiting for the right time. This is perhaps the most insidious form of the waiting because it has the most legitimate sounding justification. Timing genuinely matters. Conditions genuinely affect outcomes. The specific assessment of when to act and when to continue preparing is genuinely important. But in the person who is genuinely waiting, who is genuinely organized around the arrival of the external condition rather than the expression of the internal capacity, the right time never arrives. Because the assessment of whether the time is right is being made by the same mind that is invested in the waiting continuing. The same motivated reasoning that maintained Michael's story for 19 years maintains the story that the time is not quite right. That one more element needs to be in place. That the conditions are almost but not quite optimal. Seneca wrote about this with characteristic directness, omnia aliena sunt, tempus tantum nostrum est. Everything else belongs to others, time alone is ours. And the specific implication is clear. The time being waited for is not a condition that will arrive from outside. Time is the only thing genuinely yours. And the use of it is the only expression of genuine ownership available. The waiting for the validation. The specific pattern of not fully expressing what you are capable of until someone has validated that it is worth expressing. The specific, chronic, entirely limiting behavior of holding back, from the creative work, from the professional expression, from the genuine engagement with what is genuinely possible, until the external confirmation that it is worth doing has been received. This is the creative person who does not fully engage with the creative work until someone has confirmed that it is good. The professional who does not fully invest in the direction they believe is right until someone with authority has validated the direction. The person who does not bring the full weight of their genuine capacity to anything until someone has confirmed that the capacity is worth bringing. The validation waiting produces the specific, chronic limitation of everything being done at slightly less than full capacity. Because the full engagement requires the security that the validation was supposed to provide. And the validation has not arrived. And the partial engagement produces partial results. And the partial results do not generate the validation. And the cycle continues. The waiting for rescue. The deepest and most damaging form of the waiting is the specific pattern of organizing your entire situation around the belief that someone, a person, a circumstance, an organization, a relationship, a fortunate convergence of external events, will arrive and change the fundamental conditions of your life in a way that makes the life you want possible. This is the rescue waiting. The specific, desperate, entirely self-defeating belief that the solution to the gap between your current situation and the situation your genuine capacity deserves is going to arrive from outside rather than from inside. The rescue fantasy is culturally pervasive. It is embedded in almost every narrative structure of popular culture. The hero who arrives. The mentor who sees. The circumstance that changes everything. The relationship that rescues from the previous situation. The opportunity that emerges from nowhere and transforms the conditions. These things happen. Genuinely. The external change is real. The opportunity that arrives unexpectedly is real. The relationship that transforms the conditions is real. But organizing your life around the arrival of these things, making the genuine expression of your genuine capacity contingent on their appearance, is the specific, philosophically consequential mistake of locating the engine of your life in the external where it is not available to be placed. The engine is internal. It was always internal. It can only ever be internal. And the person who locates it externally is the person who waits. And waits. And waits. The Stoic philosophical foundation, why doing it alone is not just necessary but genuinely right. The Stoic philosophical tradition was built, at its most fundamental level, around a recognition of the specific location of genuine human agency. And that location is not where the waiting person has been looking for it. Epictetus, from inside conditions of the most complete external disempowerment available, arrived at the recognition that constitutes the philosophical foundation of everything we are exploring. The recognition that genuine agency, the specific, real, practically consequential capacity to produce genuine change in your own life and your own expression of your own capacity, is located inside. Always inside. Regardless of external conditions. This is not the counsel of isolation. The Stoics were social philosophers. They understood human beings as fundamentally social creatures whose genuine flourishing occurs in genuine community. They did not counsel the complete independence of the hermit or the complete self-sufficiency of the isolated individual. What they counseled was the specific recognition that the expression of your genuine capacity is yours. That the building of your genuine character is yours. That the direction of your genuine effort is yours. That the specific quality of how you engage with the specific circumstances of your specific life, including the circumstances that include unhelpful organizations and absent mentors and the complete failure of the external to arrange itself in the way that would most usefully support your advancement, is yours. Not yours in the sense of being easy or uncomplicated or without the genuine influence of external factors. In the sense of being genuinely, irreducibly, unalienably your responsibility. In the sense that no external condition or external failure or external absence of the support that would have been helpful genuinely removes the specific, available, internal capacity to engage fully with what is genuinely yours to express. Marcus Aurelius governed an empire. He had, of all people, the most available and the most significant external support for whatever he chose to do. And he returned, daily, in his private journals, to the recognition that the governance of the empire was his work. That the choices being made were his choices. That the character being built or not built was his character. That the quality of the engagement with the specific demands of the specific day was his engagement, not the empire's, not his advisors, not the systems. The most externally supported person in the ancient world understood that the work was his. Not because external support was unavailable to him, it was maximally available. But because the specific, philosophical recognition that the work is always and only yours is the recognition that makes genuine work possible. The recognition that removes the waiting for the right conditions and the right people and the right time and replaces them with the only genuinely available engine, the person with the capacity, doing the work, now, in the conditions that actually exist. Seneca wrote about this with the practical urgency that his proximity to genuine mortality and genuine power always brought to his philosophical writing. He wrote, Dum differtur vita transcurrit. While we delay, life passes. Not life as an abstraction. Your specific, actual, finite, genuinely unrepeatable life. Passing. While the waiting continues. While the right conditions are still assembling themselves. While the right person is still failing to appear. While the permission is still withheld by the people who have not been asked to withhold it and who are not aware that it is being awaited. While the life passes. This is the Stoic philosophical foundation of doing it alone. Not because doing it alone is more comfortable than doing it with support. Not because external support has no value. But because the alternative, the waiting for someone to come, is not the strategy it presents itself as. It is the specific, philosophical, practically consequential mistake of organizing your life around the arrival of what is not guaranteed to arrive. Of treating the expression of your genuine capacity as contingent on the prior arrangement of external conditions that you cannot control. And this mistake has a cost. A specific, daily, accumulating, ultimately irreversible cost. The passing life. What doing it alone actually means, the precise philosophical understanding. Doing it alone does not mean doing it without any connection to or support from other people. The Stoics were clear about the social nature of genuine human flourishing. The complete isolation of the hermit is not what the philosophical tradition advocates. Genuine relationships, genuine community, genuine mutual engagement with other people's work and lives and development, these are part of the genuinely good human life, not optional supplements to it. Doing it alone means something more specific and more important than the complete absence of other people. It means the expression of your genuine capacity does not wait for other people's action as its prerequisite. That the building of your genuine character is not organized around what other people choose to do or not do in relation to you. That the direction of your genuine effort is determined by your genuine values rather than by the specific failure or presence of the external support that would have been helpful. It means that you are the primary agent of your own life. Not the only person who affects it. Genuinely, many people affect many dimensions of any genuine life. But the primary agent. The one whose choices determine the fundamental direction. The one whose decision about whether to express the genuine capacity fully is not contingent on someone else's prior decision to acknowledge it. Amara's doing it alone did not mean she built her subsequent direction without any other people. She built it with specific people, in specific relationships, engaging with specific external realities. What it meant was that the building began from inside rather than waiting for permission from outside. That the plan she wrote on that morning was her plan, drawn from her genuine assessment of her genuine capacity and her genuine direction, rather than the plan that someone else was supposed to provide. Epictetus's doing it alone did not mean he worked without students or without the intellectual tradition he was engaging with. He taught hundreds of students. He engaged deeply with the philosophical tradition that preceded him. What it meant was that the expression of his genuine philosophical capacity was not organized around the arrival of someone who would free him from slavery before the expression could begin. The external condition did not precede the internal expression. The internal expression preceded, and ultimately transcended, every external condition. This is the precise Stoic understanding of doing it alone. The specific, internal, unconditionally available, not contingent on external conditions expression of your genuine capacity. Not the isolation of it from the world. The sovereignty of it over the world's failure to provide what would have been helpful. The specific practices of doing it alone, what they require and what they build. Doing it alone is not a single decision. It is a practice. A daily, ongoing, consistently maintained practice of expressing your genuine capacity without the prerequisite of external authorization and building your genuine direction without the prerequisite of external support. The practice of the internal commission. The most fundamental practice of doing it alone is the specific act of commissioning yourself. Of deciding, explicitly, honestly, with the full weight of genuine intention, that you are the person who is responsible for the expression of your genuine capacity. That the work you are capable of will be done because you have decided to do it rather than because someone else has created the conditions that make the doing possible. This commissioning is not the dramatic, public announcement of a new philosophy. It is the specific, private, genuine interior decision that changes the fundamental orientation from which everything else proceeds. Amara's commissioning happened on a morning at her desk before anyone else arrived. She sat with the honest recognition that nobody was coming and then made the specific, private, genuine decision that the waiting was over. That the direction was hers to build. That the plan was hers to write. Not with the specific, dramatic, self-aggrandizing quality of someone who has decided they are special and that the world needs to recognize it. With the specific, honest, completely practical quality of someone who has decided that the capacity they possess is their responsibility to express rather than someone else's responsibility to authorize. The internal commission is available now. Not when the conditions are more favorable. Not when the recognition has arrived. Now. In the specific, available, completely genuine present moment of deciding that the work is yours to do. The practice of the self-defined direction. The person who is waiting for someone to come is typically also waiting for someone to define the direction. The organization to assign the path. The mentor to identify the opportunity. The system to reveal the channel through which the genuine capacity should flow. The practice of doing it alone includes the specific, demanding, genuinely important work of defining the direction yourself. Not copying someone else's direction. Not following the system's prescribed path for people with your profile. The specific, genuine, honestly examined determination of what your genuine capacity is pointing toward and what the genuine direction of its full expression actually looks like. This determination requires the honest self-examination that the Stoic tradition is built around. The genuine, patient, rigorous examination of the gap between where you are and where your genuine capacity belongs. Of what you are actually capable of that you are not currently expressing. Of the specific direction that the honest account of your genuine self reveals as the genuine one rather than the comfortable or the socially approvable one. Marcus Aurelius engaged in this examination continuously in his journals. The specific, daily, honest assessment of whether the direction of his engagement with the empire's demands was the genuine expression of his genuine values or the accommodation of the external pressure toward what was easier or more convenient. The self-defined direction that genuine honest self-examination produces is the specific foundation from which doing it alone is actually possible. Because the direction that is genuinely yours, examined honestly, determined carefully, expressed genuinely, does not require external authorization. It requires your engagement. The practice of beginning without conditions. The most immediately available and the most practically important practice of doing it alone is the specific practice of beginning without the conditions being met. Without the permission being given. Without the recognition preceding the expression. Without the opportunity being created by someone else before the engagement begins. Beginning now. In the conditions that actually exist. With the capacity that actually is. Toward the direction that the honest examination has revealed as genuinely yours. Not the perfect beginning. The available one. The one that is possible right now without anyone else doing anything. The first specific, concrete, immediately actionable step that the direction requires and that requires nothing from anyone else as its prerequisite. Seneca's urgency about this is among the most practically relevant things in the entire Stoic philosophical tradition. Recede in te ipsi. Withdraw into yourself. Not in the sense of isolation from the world. In the sense of locating in your own genuine interior the specific, available, unconditionally present engine of genuine action that the waiting has been looking for outside. Begin. Now. Without the conditions. They will never be met in advance. They are met in the engagement. The conditions for the genuine expression of genuine capacity are produced by the genuine expression of genuine capacity, not by the external arrangement of things before the expression begins. The practice of the self-sustained effort. Doing it alone requires the specific, ongoing, daily maintained practice of sustaining the effort through the periods when the external is not providing what the person who was waiting for the external to provide things requires. These periods will be long. The building of anything genuine without the external support that would have accelerated the building is genuinely slower and genuinely more demanding than the building with that support would have been. The absence of the mentor is real. The absence of the institutional support is real. The absence of the external validation that would have confirmed the direction is genuinely difficult to sustain the effort through. The Stoic practices are specifically designed for exactly this. For the sustaining of genuine engagement with genuine direction through the specific, extended, genuinely difficult periods when the external is providing nothing that helps and sometimes providing things that actively hinder. The morning practice of deliberate orientation. The evening practice of honest accounting. The specific, daily renewal of the genuine internal commission that makes the effort genuinely the person's own and therefore genuinely available to be maintained through the conditions that would defeat the effort organized around external support. Marcus Aurelius sustained the effort of genuine philosophical and practical engagement across years of conditions that were specifically designed to make the sustaining difficult. Wars, plagues, political betrayal, personal loss. The continuous, genuinely exhausting demands of governing a complex empire in conditions of genuine crisis. He sustained it not because the external was supporting the sustaining. Often the external was actively opposing it. He sustained it because the internal commission was genuine and the specific, daily, honestly maintained practices of genuine self-examination and genuine value alignment were real enough to make the sustaining possible through the conditions that the external was producing. The practice of building the infrastructure of independence. The person who decides to do it alone is making a decision that has practical implications beyond the psychological. It has structural implications. It requires the specific, deliberately built infrastructure of the person who is not organized around external support but around genuine internal expression. The financial infrastructure that makes genuine independence from institutional dependency possible over time. Not immediately, the building takes time. But the specific, deliberate, consistently maintained work of reducing the specific, structural dependencies that make genuine independence practically unavailable. The knowledge infrastructure. The specific, ongoing, genuinely self-directed learning that builds the capability that genuine independent direction requires. Not the learning that the organization assigns or that the credential system validates. The learning that the genuine direction requires and that the honest self-assessment identifies as the specific gap between current capacity and the capacity the direction demands. The relationship infrastructure. This is perhaps the most important practical element of doing it alone. Not the absence of relationships. The specific, deliberate building of the relationships that support genuine independent expression rather than the relationships that reinforce the waiting. The relationships with people who are themselves doing it, who are themselves expressing their genuine capacity without organizing it around external authorization, and who therefore provide the specific, practical, morale-sustaining evidence that the doing it alone is genuinely possible and genuinely productive. Amara built all of this over the subsequent years. Not quickly. Not without genuine difficulty and genuine setback and the specific, sometimes genuinely discouraging experience of building something without the institutional support that would have accelerated the building. But genuinely. With the specific, accumulating productivity of someone who has finally located the engine in the right place. The practice of expressing without waiting for validation. The specific, daily practice of putting the work into the world before the validation arrives. Of sharing the genuine expression with the genuine commitment to whatever the sharing produces rather than the specific commitment to the validation that would make the sharing feel safe. This practice is the specific operational expression of the internal commission. The genuine expression of genuine capacity without the prerequisite of someone confirming that it is worth expressing. Not recklessly. Not without the honest assessment of the quality and readiness of what is being expressed. But genuinely. Without organizing the expression around the arrival of the validation that makes the expressing feel legitimate. The creative work expressed before the audience has confirmed it is worth creating. The professional direction pursued before the organization has confirmed it is worth pursuing. The idea expressed before the authority has confirmed it is worth expressing. The genuine capacity brought fully to the work before the external recognition has confirmed that the capacity is worth bringing. This is the specific practice that distinguishes the person who is doing it alone from the person who is still waiting. Not the absence of concern about quality. The absence of the waiting for permission to express what is genuine before it has been confirmed as worth expressing. The specific obstacles that will arrive, and the Stoic responses to each. The decision to do it alone, to express your genuine capacity without waiting for external authorization or external support as prerequisites, will encounter specific, predictable, genuinely challenging obstacles. Understanding these obstacles before they arrive is the specific preparation that makes the doing it through them genuinely possible. The obstacle of the doubt. The person who has organized their effort around external validation and then withdraws the organization from external validation will encounter the specific, genuinely difficult experience of doubt without the available external resolution of it. When you are waiting for someone to come, the doubt about whether you are capable and whether the direction is right and whether the effort is worth sustaining is held at a manageable distance by the story that someone will eventually come and confirm. The validation is anticipated even if it has not arrived. And the anticipation of it provides the specific, fragile, entirely borrowed confidence that makes the waiting bearable. When you have decided to do it alone, the doubt has no anticipated external resolution. No one is coming to confirm the direction. No one is going to validate the capacity before the expression of it has produced the evidence that the validation would provide. The doubt is present. And it is present in the genuinely uncomfortable form of genuine uncertainty without the comfortable story that the uncertainty is temporary because confirmation is anticipated. The Stoic response to this obstacle is the specific, philosophical recalibration of what genuine confidence actually is and where it genuinely lives. Genuine confidence is not the product of external validation. It is the product of the specific, honest, internal assessment of the genuine capacity and the genuine direction. It is available in the specific form that the honest self-examination produces, not perfect certainty, not the elimination of all doubt, but the genuine, evidence-based assessment that the capacity is real and the direction is genuinely yours and the expression of it is worth the uncertainty it involves. This confidence is built through the doing rather than the waiting. Through the specific, accumulating evidence that the genuine expression of genuine capacity produces outcomes that the waiting was not producing. Through the growing, direct, experiential knowledge of what you are actually capable of when the full engagement with what is genuinely yours replaces the management of the conditions for the external authorization that was supposed to precede it. The obstacle of the judgment. The person who begins doing it alone, who begins expressing genuine capacity without waiting for permission, will encounter judgment. Some of it genuine and useful. Some of it the specific, social resistance that any departure from the established waiting produces in the people who are themselves waiting and who therefore experience the departure as an implicit critique of their own continued waiting. The Stoic response to this is the specific, daily practiced, philosophically grounded orientation that Marcus Aurelius returned to continuously. The recognition that the judgment of others is genuinely not yours to control. That the response to your genuine expression is on the wrong side of the line, not yours, not subject to your governance, not the appropriate organizing principle of your choices. What is yours? The quality of the expression. The honesty of the engagement. The integrity of the direction. The genuine commitment to the work rather than to the management of the judgment of the work. What is not yours? What the judgment produces. Whether the judgment is favorable or unfavorable. Whether the people whose judgment you would most value are capable of genuine assessment rather than the specific, automatic social resistance that departure from the norm produces. Make the expression genuine. Release the judgment to whoever will make it. This is the Stoic response to the obstacle of judgment. The obstacle of the loneliness. Doing it alone has a specific, genuine, not to be minimized dimension of loneliness. The specific experience of expressing genuine capacity without the company of the external authorization and the external support and the external validation that would have made the expression feel genuinely sanctioned. The Stoics did not pretend this was not real. They were honest about the specific difficulty of the genuinely philosophical life, the life organized around genuine internal expression rather than external approval, in a world that is primarily organized around external approval. Marcus Aurelius was genuinely lonely in specific ways that his journals make visible. Genuinely isolated in the specific sense of inhabiting a philosophical orientation that almost no one around him shared at the depth he inhabited it. He did not resolve this loneliness by abandoning the orientation. He resolved it by the specific, Stoic understanding that the loneliness of genuine internal orientation is a different quality of experience from the loneliness of the waiting. The waiting produces the specific loneliness of someone who needs something from outside and is not receiving it. The internal orientation produces the specific solitude of someone who has found the genuine interior and who is genuinely present to it. These are not the same. And the specific relationships that are available to the person doing it alone, the relationships with people who are themselves doing it, with the philosophical tradition that has been doing it across centuries, with the work itself in the specific, alive, genuinely engaged way that the full expression of genuine capacity makes possible, these relationships provide a quality of genuine company that the waiting, for all its social activity, does not. The obstacle of the setback. The person doing it alone will encounter genuine setbacks. The expression that is not received as it was hoped. The direction that encounters the specific, genuine resistance of the world's indifference or opposition. The effort that does not produce the anticipated outcome in the anticipated time frame. The Stoic response to the setback is the specific, philosophically grounded practice of using the setback rather than being defeated by it. Of examining it honestly for the genuine information it contains about the gap between the current expression and the expression that the genuine direction requires. Of adjusting based on the genuine information rather than interpreting the setback as evidence that the doing it alone was a mistake and the waiting should resume. Marcus Aurelius used his setbacks. The military campaigns that did not go as planned. The political situations that produced outcomes he did not intend. The personal losses that arrived without warning. He did not interpret any of them as evidence that the internal orientation was wrong. He used them as the specific, directly available material for the genuine philosophical development that only genuine encounter with genuine difficulty produces. The setback is information, not verdict. The specific information that the genuine direction, genuinely expressed, requires in order to develop toward the level of expression that the genuine capacity is actually pointing toward. Use it. Adjust. Continue. What doing it alone produces, the complete transformation. Amara built the thing she had been waiting for someone to give her. Not immediately. Over years of the specific, daily, genuinely demanding work of the person who has decided that the doing is theirs. The specific quality of what she built was different from what the waiting had been producing. Not because the external conditions were eventually more favorable, they were, in specific ways, more favorable after the building had produced the evidence of genuine capacity that preceded the external recognition. But primarily because the thing built from inside has a quality that the thing built from the outside cannot have. It was genuinely hers. In the specific, irreducible, philosophically significant sense that the thing built by the person who has commissioned themselves and expressed themselves and directed themselves has a quality of genuine ownership that the thing that was supposed to be given has never had. She was not waiting for it to be given. She had built it. And the building had produced something that the waiting never could have produced. Not just the external achievement. The specific, interior, genuinely transformative quality of someone who has discovered, through direct experience rather than theory, that the engine was always inside. That the capacity was always present. That the waiting had not been waiting for anything that was not already available. She had been waiting for herself to begin. She had finally begun. Epictetus understood this from inside conditions that made the beginning genuinely, completely difficult in ways that most people reading this will never encounter. And he began anyway. Without permission. Without external authorization. Without the arrival of anyone who was going to change the external conditions before the expression became possible. He expressed. He built. He taught. He produced one of the most consequential philosophical contributions in human history. From inside slavery. Without anyone coming to make the conditions more favorable. Nobody came. He did it anyway. This is the specific, philosophically grounded, practically applicable understanding that the Stoic tradition has been offering to everyone who encounters it with the genuine willingness to receive it. Nobody is coming. Not as a reason for despair. As the specific, liberating, completely transformative recognition that the engine was always yours. That the capacity was always yours. That the expression was always yours to begin. Without waiting. Without permission. Without the arrival of the external authorization that the waiting had been organized around. Now. The beginning of the doing, what this moment requires. Right now, in this specific moment, there is something that you are capable of that you are not currently expressing at its full level. There is a direction that your genuine capacity is pointing toward that you have been waiting for someone to sanction or support or create the conditions for. Nobody is coming to sanction it. Nobody is coming to support it in the specific way that the waiting has been organized around. Nobody is coming to create the conditions before your engagement begins. This is not a tragedy. It is the specific, liberating recognition that the Stoic tradition has been pointing toward since Epictetus sat in his cell in slavery and understood that nobody was coming for him and began building one of the most significant philosophical contributions in human history. What is yours? The capacity. The direction. The internal commission. The beginning. What is not yours? The external authorization. The mentor who was supposed to arrive. The organizational recognition that was supposed to precede the full expression. The specific, comfortable story that the arrival of these things was reasonable strategy rather than the perpetuation of the waiting. Start. Not with the perfect conditions. With the available ones. Not with the complete plan. With the honest beginning. Not after the permission arrives. Before it. The permission is yours to give yourself. It was always yours to give yourself. Give it. Now. The building begins in the specific, available, unconditionally present moment of the internal commission being genuinely made. Make it. Subscribe to Stoic Ascension right now. Turn on your notifications. Every single video on this channel is built for exactly this depth of genuine philosophical engagement and this quality of practically applicable urgency. The kind that names what most people are doing without knowing they are doing it and that provides the specific philosophical grounding and the specific practices that genuinely address what is being named. What comes after this builds directly on everything you just heard. Every video goes deeper. Every video takes the practice further into the complete work of genuinely expressing the genuine capacity that only the doing it produces. Amara waited for 7 years. She stopped waiting on a morning at her desk before anyone else arrived. She wrote the plan. Nobody gave it to her. She built what she had been waiting for. You have been waiting for someone to come. They are not coming. The capacity is yours. The direction is yours. The commission is yours to give. Give it. Begin. Now.